Good morning and happy Friday, everyone. I'm pleased to call to order the November State Advisory Council on Indian Education meeting. Before we proceed with the meeting, I would like to kindly remind everyone that the session is live streamed on YouTube and warmly welcome our online listeners who are joining us and those in the audience today. At this time, may we get a roll call?
Jeremiah Moore.
Present.
Candace Revels.
Present.
Amanda Farsard.
Present.
Calvin Locklear.
Present.
Tamara Carter. Will Paul.
Present.
Stephen Bell.
Present.
Stacy Lynch.
Present.
Angelique Jacobs.
Present.
Brandy Jacobs.
Present.
Dorothy Yates. Representative Edward Godwin. Representative Jared Lowry. Dr. LaRonda Lowry.
Present.
Dr. Tiffany Lowry.
Present.
Dr. Olivia Oxendine. Madam Chair, we have quorum.
Thank you. Our first item of business today is the approval of our agenda. I do have one amendment. Dr. Olivia Oxendine called and she cannot join us to this afternoon. So we have switched the 10:20 and the 1:45. So Ms. Candace Revels and Mr. Stephen Bell will do the Stacy Summit. And then Dr. Oxendine will be joining us later this afternoon. That is the only amendment that we have today. So can we get a motion for a approval of the amended agenda?
This is Stephen. I would like to move to approve the amended agenda.
A second.
All in favor? Okay. Any nays? All right, so moved. I hope you all had the opportunity to look over your September minutes. If there are no discussion or revisions, may I get a motion to approve the September minutes?
Stacy, make a motion to approve the September minutes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? So moved. Thank you all. At this time, I'm honored to wish each and every one of you a happy American Indian Heritage Month. It was nice to see the fresh look, everyone coming in this morning. And as a special treat, we do have our little Stacy pin, the idea and vision of one of our Stacy committee members, Ms. Amanda. So nice treat for you this morning. Happy American Indian Heritage Month indeed. We do celebrate the rich history, culture, and contributions of American Indian communities across the state. We have a legacy of resilience, wisdom, and heritage that continues to enrich our schools as well as our tribal communities. Governor Roy Cooper officially recognizes American Indian Heritage Month in North Carolina by issuing a formal proclamation each and every year. It honors the history, culture, and contributions of our state's American Indian communities. So let us continue to honor this heritage by fostering an inclusive educational environment that acknowledges and respects the diverse experiences and knowledge American Indian students bring to the classroom. We are committed to supporting these students and ensuring that their voices, histories, and cultures are represented and valued. May this month serve as a reminder of our shared responsibility to promote understanding, respect, and educational equity for all students in North Carolina. I encourage you to go forth with resilience, wisdom, and strong identity. Mentor, be a voice, and continue to build the American Indian legacy. Happy American Indian Heritage Month. At this time, we do have a new member, Miss Candace Revels. Congratulations indeed. So today we're going to do the official swearing in of Miss Candace Revels. Would you come to the front? So at this time, I'm going to lend you my computer and you can just read the oath from here. Can you see it down here?
Yes.
Okay.
Good. I, Candace Rebels, do solemnly affirm that I will support and maintain the Constitution and the laws of the United States, and I will faithfully discharge my duties as a member of the North Carolina State Advisory Council on Indian Education. I will, to the best of my ability, advise the SVE on effective educational practices for American Indian students. And explore programs that raise academic achievement and graduation rates among American Indian students. Advise the State Board of Education and the Department of Public Instruction on ways to improve coordination and communication for the benefit of American Indian students affected by the state and federal programs administered at the state level. Prepare and present an annual support for the State Board of Education, tribal organizations, and to the conferees at the annual North Carolina Indian Unity Conference. Advise the State Board of Education on any other aspect of American Indian education when requested by the State Board, educators, parents, students, business leaders, and constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Miss Candace Rebels. We look forward to it. We did do our recognition of outgoing members at our online September meeting. Miss Cameo Lanning, certainly appreciate her services and dedicated commitment to SACE as we do all of you. We'll certainly miss her joining us on the board each quarter. So we may have to come back to her special recognition because we don't have our person in the room. So we're going to circle back to that and try to get her to join us at some point. So we're just going to move on in the agenda. So the next thing that we have on our agenda is our SACE Summit update. Ms. Candace Rebels and Mr. Stephen Beal.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. So we are on slide 81 of the presentation, if anyone would like to follow along. Thanks to the direction of Dr. Leslie, myself, Candace, and Amanda Frassard have met a number of times as a subcommittee for our SACE Summit. As you can see, we've identified January 22nd, 2025 at Campbell University will be our upcoming summit for this convening. If you'd like to click on the day of format, I'm going to just briefly go through. I'm not going to do every single detail, but I'm going to share a little bit about how we got to this draft schedule and would love some conversation afterwards if y'all have any feedback. We basically took the schedule that we did from 2 years ago. We felt like that worked really well when we had a general opening session. You can see a number of opening songs and welcomings from different leaders from our community. We wanted to make sure that we gave Dr. Leslie the opportunity to speak about her vision and how she has already been doing a lot with her new position. And then After a break, we would go to our first breakout session, which we are still working on. During lunch, we're looking at a performance. As you can see, a number of those individuals' ideas have come up, and then we're looking at a keynote speaker idea. Our first option would be to use Jordan Langford. She is part of the Montana Indian Education for All. This aligns very closely with Dr. Leslie's vision as well that we heard in our September meeting rather, in developing some initiatives for North Carolina. For those of you who have been to NIEA at all in the last 2 or 3 years, Jordan Langford has led a number of breakout sessions about how she has developed a curriculum and policy for the state of Montana that has actually been really helpful for myself in Guilford County to provide some initiatives that are helpful for our teachers as well. So that would be our first option. The second would be a panel that we would have a mixture of possibly some, maybe a superintendent, maybe teacher level, maybe student, college student, principal, so that we can have some diverse voices in the room. So that's sort of what we're thinking for our lunch keynote. And then after lunch would go to our second round of breakout sessions. And then followed by a closing by our chairperson, Dr. Tiffany Locklear. I did forget to mention that we would do an honoring for Representative Jared Lowry for his work for allowing us to wear eagle feathers at graduation and the work he did to spearhead that policy, as well as recognizing Superintendent Marvin Connolly from Cumberland County Schools for the work that he's done to drive Indian education for their district. So with that, let me turn it over to Candace, and she's going to, well, before I do, is there any discussion, any questions, any feedback on the schedule, our keynote, or our honorees?
Just a reminder, we did do the school committee and they sent out a form and we all made suggestions that they maybe ask the committee and determine some of these decisions or recommendations.
Correct. Yes. Thank you for clarifying that.
I noticed that, yes. Morning again.
Morning.
I noticed that on the possible panel, discussion at the very bottom, that Dr. Baldwin from Scotland County Schools is listed. Is that an alternative option or is that like already planned to be on the panel?
So the keynote would either be Jordan Langford or a panel discussion.
Oh, I got you.
So that might be something we want to discuss now, or yeah, if you guys have questions, thoughts about that. Go ahead.
I can make a point. I have sent an email to Miss Jordan Langford. I have not heard back yet about her possible costing or her attending the conference. So I'm waiting on her response to see what that would look like for us, because it would be a budgetary question as well if there's a cost associated with her attending.
So if we don't do the keynote, then we're doing a panel. Is that correct?
That's correct. So you can see we identified a number of folks who might be on the panel, have not contacted them, I don't believe, right? So again, wanting to get, some teachers, some principals, students, and Title VI coordinators on the panel. So we listed a couple of students, a couple of superintendents as well in that possible panel. So happy to also add any more if y'all have any ideas or suggestions.
We'll move to the next portion of the summit update. So these are themes that we kind of took from the list that you all had started and that we were adding to. And we came up with three main ones that we'll actually have a vote on. I'll read those and then we'll move into the voting portion. So the first one is cultivating pathways, collaborative support for American Indian student excellence, or we can modify that for academic excellence. The second, cultivating pathways, academic excellence in American Indian education. And the third, cultivating pathways, elevating American Indian educational achievement. So Chairwoman, we would like to move to have a vote on these themes and determine the theme for the SACE Summit.
Any discussion, any motions?
Similar to the schedule too, we tried to take from the form of y'all's feedback and put words or phrases together to give y'all some options.
Pathways was a main one, so and cultivating were and collaborative. Those were our three key themes in most of the suggestions. So we built off of those.
Any specific reason?
Academic excellence, man, it's all about their kids, the education they need. I mean, they're all great.
Well, I think number two, it says it all.
Mhm.
I mean, it's correct, it's to the point, it's making a statement.
And I feel bad for the people that come up for them next year. That's not my. Right.
Right now, we're on this year.
This is Amanda. I like all of them too, but I really think collaborate or collaborative is important that we have in there.
This is Tamara. I like all of them, but I really like three, especially the part where it says elevating American Indian achievement, because that's what we're trying to do is raise the bar.
We're split, I feel like.
What we have used elevating in a previous summit. So do we want to use the same word again or use a different word?
This is Brandy. I also like the collaborative. Just working in a school, I just know that's really what it takes. You have to have a collaborative effort with a lot of different people. My thought was maybe cultivating collaborative pathways, American excellence in American Indian education, or academic excellence in American Indian education.
Say it again.
I took the second one and just added in collaborative, cultivating collaborative pathways, academic excellence in American Indian education.
Do we have a motion or do we want to still engage in some discussion?
Gonna look at taking Randy's suggestion into account, or are we still focusing on these three?
Oh, absolutely. I think we can include that. I think Dr. Leslie's adding it for us so that we can visually see that up here. Cultivating collaborative.
I'm also wondering too, that given that a lot of people liked number 3, but also some folks liked collaborating, I'm wondering about taking 3 to cultivating pathways, collaborating to elevate American Indian educational achievement. I don't know if we're getting in the weeds there, but
Give me
Trying
that
to
one
bring
more
everybody
time,
together.
Stephen.
yeah, cultivating pathways, collaborating to elevate American Indian educational achievement. Or yeah,
Academic excellence.
academic excellence. Thanks.
I know in the past we have used the word elevate a couple times. So if someone feels strongly about a particular one, we can certainly engage in discussion. If not, I could just call each one out for a vote. If we don't have a motion on the table. Any other discussion? Okay. So you feel strongly about 4? Okay. Is that a motion?
That is I'm sorry.
Locklear. That is a motion for number 4, cultivating collaborative pathways, academic excellence, and American Indian education. I did not mean that to sound like a tongue twister. I'm just.
I second that motion.
All in favor? Any noes? So moved. Thank you. And just before you guys walk away, just one thing, I know in that we did talk about the keynote either being a keynote speaker and or a panel, and we need to vote on that. I think our budget will inform that. So allowing Dr. Leslie to have the leverage to make that a final call based on budget, because we do have we have some low funds because we're putting on the summit this year, so we don't have a lot of money to do that. So is it fine with the council to allow Dr. Leslie to make that decision based on our budgetary restrictions? Everybody fine with that? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, having that subcommittee saved us a lot of time in our safety meeting. Next on our agenda, we do have our very own Miss Dorothy Yates providing us opportunities from the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs. Welcome, Miss Dorothy.
Good morning. Is this on? Oh, yeah. Good morning. Mr. Greg Richardson, the executive director of the commission, was unable to be here this morning. November is always a busy month for our American Indian business. So his calendar is kind of booked up. So he asked me to share some things with you. I'm going to begin sharing some things from the Indian Times newsletter. So I will just give a brief summary of some of this, and you can go back and read it on your own. It is available online. The beginning page gives the welcome, and then it talks about the 29th Annual American Indian Heritage Celebration that will be held November the 22nd and 23rd at the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences. and on the grounds of downtown Raleigh's Bicentennial Plaza. Friday is a virtual education day. Please encourage your teachers of your American Indian students, if they have not made arrangements to come for a field trip, they can sign up to see the activities virtually. So I have a card today that I will give you with that information, or you can go online to the North Carolina Museum of History website. Then on Friday, let me go back. This is Friday. On Friday, last year, we had representatives and from our students from all but one county in North Carolina. So that's amazing. So we hope we can stretch this out so that every county in North Carolina will have access to this education day. The different sessions will also be recorded. So you can go back to the Museum of History site later and see the different sessions if you're not able to see them on Friday or on Saturday. The Christmas parade is happening on that same day. So always allow for time for parking and for the crowds. But that's a good thing because a lot of people from the parade do come by and see the different sessions and things. It will be held, as I said, in the Natural Sciences Museum because the History Museum is going through some renovation. It will still be the outside activities on the plaza there on the mall. So that will still be taking place on Saturday. Then you may have heard about House Bill 385 from the North Carolina General Assembly that would impact North Carolina's most significant archaeological and historical resources, including the American Indian village sites and human burials, especially on our southern North Carolina coast. There have been some excavating there, and it's been some controversy on who owns what's being found. So this House bill would have taken it away from the Indian possession. So there will be hopefully some more changes with a bill more favorable for the next year. Then under a cooperative agreement, the Commission of Indian Affairs will collaborate with the U.S. Department of Agricultural and Rural Development to implement a new program for housing and business opportunities in tribal and urban communities. So it's going to be more information about that you can get from the commission. Then the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services released the 2024 North Carolina Health Disparities Analysis Report. This is the 5th and most comprehensive edition. So this goes back to the health disparities in our different populations. So take time to go back and look at those and see the effect on our American Indian population. For the Office of Federal Acknowledgement, that's housed in the Office of the Assistant Secretary, Indian Affairs for the Department of the Interior, we do have a new director, and she is a citizen of the Nansemond Indian tribe, which is in Virginia. And she comes to the Department of Interior with 20 years of experience in organizational and community leadership. So the Office of Federal Acknowledgement is an office that a lot of our tribes are having a lot of dealings with that are doing the petition for federal recognition. Then we have some new employees at the commission that's going to be one is joining the WIOA team in August and took the role of the late Carolyn Crocker. And she will serve the Waccamaw Siouan community. That's Ashley Patrick. And then we have in Halifax, the Pony community, Dorian Richardson that will be working with that program. The North Carolina American Indian Adult Tobacco Survey Program wrapped up its first year, September the 30th, but they have already begun a new phase on the American Indian Adult Tobacco Survey Program. We also have, and it's not mentioned in this report, a new advisory team, and I'm a part of that, on lung health, because we know we have such a problem with tobacco use in our Indian communities, until this advisory group is looking at ways to encourage people for lung healthiness, which would be stopping the smoking, the vaping, and different things that's happening in our Indian community. So you may be seeing some flyers and things about that, and it'll be opportunities in our Indian communities. Then we have the WIOA program, and we had the director of that to come and speak to us at one of our meetings. And this is a very important program that we need to emphasize to our students. A lot of them are not ready to go to a four-year college, or don't have the resources to go even to the community college. This program will pay, while they're in class, they pay them like a job. They will help them with transportation. They help them with the counseling on helping them to stay in school and seek programs that may be offered at the community college that's not offered at the four-year schools. And they even do have some Native students that have gone on to the four-year school. So if you know of people in your Indian communities that need this assistance, please take use of this workforce program. We have several groups that are petitioning for state recognition in North Carolina, and they go through that process with the recognition committee. The recognition committee is was formed by the legislature. So we have specific statutes that we have to follow to go through the recognition process. So it's not based on opinion, on what we think. It is a set series of steps that have to be completed and approved for this recognition. So we have several groups, and it's also in the legislation that only one group is considered at a time. So it's a slow process, but still the process is there and it's mandated through the legislature. So we don't have a choice of how we do that. They did hold a business symposium that was very successful at Robinson Community College. And they had several small businesses there, and it was a good networking opportunity for our American Indian businesses. All right, then we have the spotlight on our 2025 North Carolina Indian Unity Conference. It's going to be held in Greensboro this year at the Curry Convention Center and the Sheraton Hotel, and it's March 6th through the 8th. Anybody wanting to submit to do a workshop, that information has to be turned in before December 1st. So that's earlier than usual. So anybody that you know that may be interested. And shout out to our team here who already has our SACE information turned in for that workshop. And our teachers that come to the conference have stated how much they love that workshop, where the educators can get together, can look at the report, and do some networking and collaboration there. So mark your calendars for March 6th through the 8th for the Unity Conference. The National Congress of American Indians just had their 2024 convention. And this convention is the annual, and its purpose is to unite the American Indians across the country to tackle critical issues and strategize for the future and network. And there were some upsetting things that took place this past time at the National Congress of American Indians that I'm not at liberty to give my opinion on or to really describe what happened. But our North Carolina tribes do have some work to do to make sure that we let them know who we are, and that we do hold a place at the table at the National Congress of American Indians. Our American Indian Heritage Commission has really been working, and we have applications that were approved for historical highway markers in each of our 7 recognized tribal areas. And those highway markers have been put in place. And we have markers that were also approved for the site of the East Carolina Indian School and the Bowie Mound site. Now they're working on having markers for some of the historical American Indian schools that are in North Carolina. So the American Indian Heritage Commission has really done a great job on recognizing our American Indian communities with the work that they have done. I also want to mention that Secretary Cashwell is helping the commission and other areas in the Department of Administration to do their report for the new administration. And so she is working with the commission on that. The commission's 2025 legislative agenda will be discussed during the December 6th commission meeting. So if you have any ideas, please let your representative that sits on the commission know of your concerns on things that we need to put before the legislature for 2025. We've already talked about the Heritage Month activities. There will be a reception at the Governor's Mansion on Monday, the 18th from 4 to 5 p.m. to honor Indian educators. So this event is by invitation only, and the invitations were sent out by the governor's office. So we're very proud. In his proclamation for this year, the governor had a specific statement in there recognizing the work of our American Indian educators, and is holding this reception at the Governor's Mansion on Monday. So I think that's it. But notice the deadlines on getting in if you would like to do a session at the Unity Conference, that is December the 1st deadline. And go online for our United Tribes and make sure you get your registration in. Early registration gives you somewhat of a reduction in your cost for it. But we look forward to seeing everybody at the Unity Conference. Any questions? And you may go back to the commission website and look up for the Indian Times newsletter, the fall edition, to get more information if you need more information on any of this. Thank you.
As always, thank you, Ms. Dorothy. Are there any questions for Ms. Dorothy at this time? Thank you for that informative information indeed. We're going to move back up into our agenda for a special recognition. We would ask that Dr. Susan Silver please come to the front. So just so I can do my mic. This is from Stacy. It is with heartfelt gratitude that we recognize you for your extraordinary dedication and service to the State Advisory Council on Indian Education. Your commitment goes beyond your official role with NCDPI. Your involvement with Stacy has truly been a labor of love. Through your guidance, expertise, and compassion, you have contributed immeasurably to advancing educational equity and support for American Indian students across North Carolina. In recognition of your dedication, we're honored to present you with a piece of pottery, a symbol of strength, resilience, and beauty, which you bring to the work that you do every day. It reflects our deep appreciation for the hours that you've devoted, your vision, and the support that you've provided to Stacy. You have exemplified what it means to serve from the heart. Your legacy will continue to influence and empower our communities. We thank you for leading with both purpose and passion, and for inspiring us to strive toward a better future for our American Indian students. We appreciate you. And if anyone else has anything to say, you're welcome to do so.
I would like to say something. Dr. Silver, it is immeasurable how much you have meant to Stacy and the work you have done for our American Indian children. And I appreciate it as an individual. I appreciate it as the chairperson of the Education Committee for the Commission, and just as a friend. Thank you for what you've done for Stacy.
I'm totally surprised. I was wondering why she messaged me and asked me where I was. Enjoying passing that baton, that I don't have to be here an hour early to set things up. I have enjoyed working with you all. I will certainly continue to support and do anything that you need as long as I'm here at the agency. And then when I retire, which I hope will be soon, we're certainly happy to support anyway. I've enjoyed really taking Stacy. We've done made a lot of changes, really elevated this group in that time, and I look forward to you all continuing that work. It has been my pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you. Of course. All right, at this time, we will move into our agenda, welcoming Dr. Leslie Locklear to provide American Indian education updates and Title VI programs. Such an exciting day today. I know we had our last meeting virtually, but today we are face-to-face. We have, along with Dr. Silver, really advocated for this American Indian position, and it is so great to see that coming alive and having that face-to-face. So welcome, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you. So Chairwoman, committee members, and guests, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. And for those in the audience, my name is Dr. Leslie Locklear, and I'm honored to serve as the American Indian Education Director with the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. I began this role on July 29th, and I'm excited to take on my first American Indian Heritage Month in my new position. Today, I wanted to take a few moments to provide you with updates regarding my role and responsibilities. For the past 2 months and continuing into December, I've been working to meet individually with each Title VI program across the state of North Carolina. Currently, we have 20 active programs. 16 meetings have been either scheduled or completed thus far. And during these conversations, I'm just seeking to learn more about the programs and their own unique nature. What works, what's not working, and how can I support you? Once I've completed all of my meetings, I plan to compile the information received into a qualitative report that will be shared with SACE as well as the State Board of Education. I know that this qualitative information will inform my work moving forward and the support that I plan to provide. My team is also planning 2 site visits, well, now 3, thanks to Scotland County. For the fall, we have scheduled visits set for Columbus County as well as the public schools of Robeson County, and just confirmed a date for Scotland County as well. During these visits, we plan to meet with the Title VI program coordinators and directors as well as district level staff to gain more insight into the American Indian education at the school level. On November 1st, I had the opportunity to work with and bring together at UNCP Title VI coordinators, directors, and tribal representatives from the Sand Hills region to begin working on a collaborative to support American Indian student achievement. I want to thank Dr. Olivia Oxendine for working diligently to bring this team together, and I look forward to seeing where that team goes. As you all know, I now serve as the primary support for SACE, and as such, I've been working diligently to plan the SACE Summit, which you've heard about earlier, as well as the SACE Report, which you will hear about next in terms of data. Lastly, I have received countless emails and opportunities that I've been asked to share. In order to do so, this week I compiled an American Indian Education newsletter that I hope to prepare regularly and share out. This newsletter had information about small grant opportunities and ways that our Title VI coordinators and directors can engage with each other. I also sought to highlight the things that they've done thus far during American Indian Heritage Month. I also linked it in the presentation if you would like access to it. I also wanted to take a second to share some amazing opportunities I've had thus far. From visiting Mr. Jeremiah Moore at Laurel Hill Elementary, to reading to students at Old Mainstream Academy with Miss Eustacia Jones, to visiting Campbell University to ensure we are all set for the American Indian Education Summit, I have truly enjoyed meeting those who are working in the field to ensure our American Indian students receive the best education possible. Thank you for your time and attention. Are there any questions?
Are there any questions for Dr. Locklear this time? All right, thank you.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to say thank you again to Dr. Leslie for coming to our Powwow Education Day. I know oftentimes our urban communities get overlooked a lot of times, so I appreciate you being able to navigate both spaces. I know how much our parents appreciated you being there, so thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Locklear, I know you have a lot of traveling to do, but I was wondering, like, do you have any takeaways from the programs that you have visited?
I do. So it's been great conversation so far. And just so you all know, they have all been asked the same list. I think there's 16 questions that we go through. So I have a list of 16 questions that I've asked every single program, just in terms of getting a pulse of where they are. I do want to say that every single program is very unique. There are 2 common problems, it seems, so far across every program. One is the return and retrieval of 506 forms. So a lot of programs are struggling to get back those 506 forms. We also see that that is more prominent with our smaller programs where your students are dispersed across larger counties. It is a lot harder for you to get those. The other one that has been brought up quite frequently is parent involvement. How do we get our parents involved? What does that look like? How do we engage them? what should they do? What are their roles and responsibilities? So definitely gave me some ideas on how we can work at the district level and state level to talk about and inform about 506 forms, because it sounds like a lot of that information, our districts are just not aware of how important they are, what they are. So those two issues. Another thing that has really been asked for is a Title VI collaborative, where we come together quarterly and just meet informally to have discussions, share information, share programs, and any ideas that we may have. So I'm hoping that to have that first meeting in either December or January, just to pull everybody together. And I think the first topic of discussion that has came up is the new information system that will be implemented from NCDPI. We had a lot of questions about that and how to navigate that. So those top 3 things so far.
How hard would it be to make the 506 form like an online thing? An app?
I do not know. Stephen, do you have a?
Happy to share. So the form is digital, so you can actually fill it out on a PDF and submit it, but you have to have Acrobat on your computer, and you have to be able to have a signature. You have to have like Adobe Pro, basically.
Did you say PDF?
Yes. So I know. So I've been working with our data team to try to automatically, whenever like American Indian is clicked when you enroll your student, that this would automatically come up. The only way they could because you can't edit the form in any way, that's part of the issue. They said the only way they could do it is if you could verify that the family had like a Adobe Pro, where they could import their signature into a PDF and then submit it to you some way. So I've been trying to do that, and so I stopped because that's such a barrier.
Help me out.
Yeah, and I know that the barrier is also sometimes the forms are sent out to families and they are returned to the school, but then they don't make their way to the Title VI coordinator. So again, every single program had a unique problem, but overall, the return and signature of those 506 forms was a big issue in figuring out how do we get them in the hands of families, but also get them back to the right person, who then has to understand that a hard copy must be kept on file by that Title VI coordinator or director. So it sounded to me like a lot of information needed to come down about the importance, because as we all know, this is tied to funding. It is tied to your program's funding if you can increase those numbers, because everybody was very aware that we have this amount of American Indian students, but I only have this number of 506 forms. Any other questions?
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Thank you for all your hard work this past 60 days, 90. Okay. All right. Next on our agenda, we have Curtis Stoneman, the Section Chief, Office of Accountability, presenting an informational session for our 2023-2024 state level student performance data overview.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for
Great.
joining us virtually this morning.
Well, I'm sorry that I have to. I really wanted to be there, but I was just unable to come to the building today.
Absolutely, thank you.
I always enjoy presenting this information. I've done it for the last few years, and I just want to provide you with an overview of the state level student performance as we've shown in the past. So if we want to go to the next slide, our first section, we're going to take a look at end of grade, end of course, ACT and ACT work keys, which are our state tests that we administer through the state program. And starting here, we have the participation rates. And what I wanted to note on here is that all of the end of grade and end of course participation rates for all student groups met or exceeded 95%. And then when it came to ACT and work keys is where we had some struggles. But I want to note that The American Indian subgroup was not one of those that had a struggle. So effectively, that student group met all of the participation targets on the assessments, which says a lot, as you can see, particularly when it comes to work keys and making sure all students are meeting that requirement. One thing I want to note about this presentation, and please feel free to stop me at any time to ask a question or to go dig a little deeper. You'll note on the corners of these slides, it says chart and table. If you're in this and have it in the view, to view it, when you click on table, it will change to table. So if we would want to, if whoever's running it could go up into that corner and click on that, that would be great. So you can see that this will take us to some other slides that are also in this deck that show the data behind this. And this will be the case for the slides that we have here, other than SAT and AP exams. So you can see that in here we have the student population for the American Indian subgroup for ACT and work keys that met those targets was a little over 1,000 for ACT and 630 students for work keys. And so we click back to the chart, please. And then go to the next slide. Okay, so the next set of slides are going to show you some information regarding performance on the end of grade and end of course assessments. And these bars are indicating 100% of the student performance, and the colored part of the bar is for grade level proficiency, which is our achievement levels 3 and above in our for our reporting and accountability system. And the little white dash is where the line shows for the students who are college, the percentage who are college and career ready, which is a higher standard of only those students who are level 4 and 5. And so when you look at these data, you will see those in the graphic. And when you see that color coding where the color is blue as opposed to gray, that indicates that the proficiency level, the grade level proficiency level was the highest it has been in the last 3 years, if the bar is blue. So if we go to the next slide. This is the same idea, except some of our slides, we have it turned on its side. So you can think of it the same way, just turned on its side. So let's go ahead and look at the first slide that will have this data. And this is the subgroup data by grade level for reading. And you will note that the American Indian subgroup is the top one because alphabetically it falls there. You can see that for 3 of the grade levels, it was the highest performance for that student group. I'll give you a minute to look at that, and we can look at the mathematics. Go ahead to the mathematics, please. So you can see here, you've got 4 grade levels where the highest year was this year. So we are showing that recovery from our lows of post-pandemic performance, and we are seeing continued improvement across all grades and subjects for mathematics. Next slide, please. This is the performance for science. You can see that science in general has higher performance than the reading and mathematics. We know that there will be an adjustment for science next year in the 24-25 school year. There are new content standards for science, and thus there will be a new assessment administered at the end of this school year. So our science performance, we expect to show some differences in grades 5 and 8 for next year. Next slide. This is our end of course subjects areas. And so you can see that for the English 2 subject, this is a 3-year high for the American Indian student group. And then the next slide, please. This is our performance on the ACT at grade 11. And this is the percentage of students meeting the minimum ACT composite for the purposes of this reporting, the minimum ACT composite is 19, as required by the UNC system for admission. And next slide, please. This is our performance on work keys. This is the students who earn a silver certificate or better. So any student earning a silver, gold, or platinum certificate on the work keys assessment. These students, to take the work keys assessment, also have to be a career and technical education concentrator. And so those students have completed specific requirements to receive a concentration status in a career of their choice. Next slide.
Mr. Curtis, if you would not mind, could you expand a little bit on the number of students that took the ACT and also the ACT work keys?
Sure. One thing that we note back when we looked at the participation rates, that there are around 1,000 students in the 11th grade or so, basically in the cohort of students who are taking ACT. Those are the around 1,050 were expected to participate. We had greater than 95% participation. When we look at the 12th grade students who take work keys, that participation is around 630 students. So we have, there are two different grade levels, but the grade levels are pretty consistent in terms of their cohort size. So there's probably, again, around 1,000 students who are in the 12th grade, but only 630 of them are CTE concentrators, which is greater than half of the students are considered CTE concentrators. That just might be something that you all want to have some conversations on regarding career and technical education and the participation of the student group in that particular arena. When you think about the number of students, for example, in the white student population, that's probably 24,000 is probably half the student group. So the American Indian group is higher in terms of those that end up identified for career and technical education. And then the next slide, please. So now we're going to step into some additional data that isn't just the test scores. So we're going to look at the graduation rate, subgroup growth measures, our subgroup school performance grades for schools that have sufficient students to have a subgroup reported, and then take a look at our SAT and advanced placement data. So next slide, please. On this slide, you can see that the overall cohort graduation rate continues to climb. It is its highest point. Was up, I believe, 0.2 percentage points from the previous year. And you can see where the performance of the other student groups is falling when it comes to the cohort graduation rate. And to remind us all, this is the percentage of students who graduate within 4 years after where we track when they enter 9th grade for the first time. So these would be students who graduate in 4 years or less, as tracked by a cohort. Next slide. On this slide, we show the school accountability growth measures, and these are.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Could you go back? Yeah, I wanted to ask about, does this also track like the people going to early college and things like that? Or is that separate? Would that be separate from what this?
In the cohort? So you mean students who attend an early college, high school?
Yes.
And may stay for an extra year? Yes, it does take into those students into account. For students that attend early colleges that choose to stay for a 5th year, we still measure whether or not they have met the criteria to graduate at the end of the 4th year, which means they have to meet the state required credits. So they have to earn the 22 credits that are required in state board policy. if they have taken all of those courses and meet all of those credits, then they are considered a graduate, even though they don't actually graduate from high school until the 5th year. We count them in the cohort as a graduate. When we measure them in the 5th year, they have to have graduated and received their diploma. But they are part of this system. Mhm. And so here we have the percentage of schools and their subgroup status. So 80% of schools meet or exceed for the American Indian student population. If you would hit the table in the corner, that will give us the count of, so we have 2 schools that are exceeding, 37 that are meeting, and 10 that did not meet. And in order to have a growth status reported for school accountability purposes, the student group has to have at least 30 students in it. Thank you, and click to the next slide. This is the performance when we look at school performance grades. So these would be the schools with student groups that are large enough to calculate a school performance grade. And you can see that we have 1A, 1B, 7 Cs, 26 Ds, and 18 Fs for the American Indian student group. And you can see the other student groups and how they break out as well. Next slide. So here, it looks like this slide did not render as I had hoped it would, and I apologize for that. I'll make sure I get that fixed. There should have been a chart at the bottom, and I'm not sure why that did not happen. But what this is showing is the average score for the SAT graduating seniors. And what is missing from the bottom of that slide is, I'm sorry, I'm pulling up my original slide, is that the all students group, which is the dark blue line in the middle, the average SAT score for the graduating seniors is 1,166. For the American Indian student group, it is 1,066. That is up from 984 last year. And again, I will get this fixed after my presentation is over so that you have it in this slide deck. One thing to note about the SAT graduating seniors data is that data, the number of students taking that across the state continues to drop. But in this case, the number of students that we have a record, that we received a record for SAT as a graduating senior for the American Indian student population were 46 students across the state. The total number of test takers is 18,269. So that's a pretty small number of students considering a typical graduating senior class. And when we look at ACT data, it's around 100,000 students because we do that census testing for ACT. So about 18% of the state is taking the SAT. And in this instance, these data for the American Indian student group, which is the orange line on the screen, is 46 this year. It was 110 last year, I believe. Next slide. And again, this the graphic for the exam scores is not there. Again, on this screen, the orange color line is the American Indian student group. The dark blue is the all students group. And this is the percentage of students who score 3 or higher on the AP exam. The American Indian student group is 39.4. The all students is 65.4. Some things to note about the AP exams is that there were 424 exams taken by students in the American Indian student group, and 167 of those were a 3 or higher. And those 424 exams represent 280 test takers. So there are quite a few students who are taking more than one exam, but the number of students, one thing to note as I was looking at these data that we received from the College Board, that as a state, we have increased I'm sorry, I'm getting exact numbers, our AP participation year over year by I'm trying to find the right page, by 11.7% from the previous year. We have a total of 84,374 test takers in the state, and that's up in that area. But one thing to note is that the American Indian student population of test takers is the only student group that is actually down, and it is down 7.6% to 280 students taking AP exams. All other student groups had increases of 7.8% or higher in their number of students taking the exams. And that is the end of the presentation. The remaining slides that you'll find here are the data tables that support the PowerPoint the other graphic PowerPoint slides. Thank you very much for your time. Are there any questions or anything I can provide context or more information on?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for joining us. I did think we have a couple questions in the room. Mr. Jeremiah?
Good morning again. I had a question regarding state considerations for the school accountability model. Because even when you look at like subgroup performance and school performance grades, you know, you can have a school that's exceeding growth based on the caliber of students that are in their buildings. However, the 80% proficiency model, for lack of a better way of describing it, in a lot of ways is like draining the life out of the building. Is there a conversation at the state level about revising that and taking into consideration specifically at the K-8 level, like levels of parental engagement and involvement, or planning outside events like literacy nights that engage students in the building? Because currently, like the K-8 model for school accountability, just that 80% fixation on a test score really is not a great indicator of a school performance grade. So I was just wondering if you knew anything about, are there going to be any revisions or any considerations at the state level that even could like level the playing field by allowing growth to count as a higher percentage than 20%? Because at this current model, as an administrator currently, it's not an accurate representation of what's going on in every single building. And I was just wondering if that conversation is being had at the state level, potentially revising that model to create a more equitable opportunity to get out of low performing status.
Yes, there have been some efforts. Superintendent Truitt and her team, her leadership team, did present some considerations to a House Education Committee last spring as potential ways to change the school performance grade calculation. That information was presented to them, and there continues to be work on proposing potential changes to the system. That system is written into general statute. Therefore, it would require legislative change to the accountability system to make any adjustments. We continually hear the feedback that you've given, and we continue to look at other possible indicators and options for the calculation of school performance grades and the accountability system. So it is a continuation and an ongoing work that I'm sure that the next superintendent will also carry forward.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Curtis, this is Amanda Farsard. I have a question and or a statement. I'm just curious to understand how American Indian students' grades are improving over time, but the SAT and SAT scores don't match that, as well as the AP exams at the end of the school year. For instance, they may do well in the class all year long, but at the end, when they take that AP exam, they don't get 3 or higher. And the same with the SAT or ACT scores. And then secondly, since the UNC system is not requiring SAT or ACTs for students who have a GPA of 2.5 or higher, do you think the UNC system is seeing that inconsistency and that it doesn't match up with what that student can offer the university because of their high grades, just because they're not performing well in the end of year test, if that makes sense?
Sure. So I can't speak to the decisions that the UNC has made in terms of accepting that. I do know that in looking at the data, I believe it is 1 year that they are not using any sort of minimum requirement tied to GPA, but I believe in the 2000 freshmen coming in the beginning of 2026 will have to have a minimum of 17 with certain grade point averages on the ACT or another the equivalent score on the SAT. I believe that there's 1 year that there isn't a particular requirement, but I don't have up in front of me the actual Board of Governors policy around admission, but there is something there. And then I think that a great conversation may be had with Ms. Sneha Shah Coltrane regarding AP scores and performance on those assessments and how students may do in the classroom, and then not having that translate to the AP assessment in particular, and as far as how supports could be, what supports might be available to students that they're not aware of in order to prepare for those tests, and how that performance could translate from within the classroom to the assessment itself.
Mr. Sonneman, this is Tamara Carter, and I work in Columbus County Schools. And I just wanted to mention in our district, our participation for AP courses is very low. Students in our district are taking CCP courses instead of the AP courses. So we have a partnership with our Southeastern Community College. So we know we've established that's why our AP rate is lower, because they're taking CCP courses instead.
I think that's great. I think any access students have to any higher coursework is excellent.
All right, if there are no further questions, thank you for joining us, Mr. Curtis. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much. And I will get those slides repaired as you're continuing throughout your day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have our data debrief and implications for the 2024 SACE report. So we'll be discussing our SACE theme and recommendations. So after Mr. Curtis certainly heard a lot of data there. Is there anything different we want to look at as it relates to our SACE report and our data to tell the entire story of who and what we are? Any recommendations?
Is there any way is there any way that we can record the number of students that are going to the community college for classes and put that number somewhere in the report to show that we do have American Indian participation in that program.
And Ms. Dorothy, just to clarify, do you mean taking the college and career promise courses while they're in high school?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And from my understanding of talking with Mr. Curtis, that information could possibly come from Dr. Sneha. And if it be the pleasure of you all, I'm happy to bring her in for a presentation to discuss advanced coursework and what that data might look like. It was also a recommendation that Mr. Curtis shared that if there is data that is not present and that we want to explore what types of data we want, then we kind of want to brainstorm it, and then I can figure out how we need to implement finding that data or to add to our report. So I will write that down, Ms. Dorothy. Thank you.
So certainly we were the only subgroup to drop for those AP exams. So maybe looking at accessibility of those exams. I know Ms. Tamara shared one narrative that we could certainly add. And then also the SAT numbers, they were really down.
Only 46 American Indian students took the SAT in the previous academic year. So it may be something you consider on, I know Mr. Curtis did not share this, but the numbers were so low for every district that when we do the upcoming report, we will not be able to report SAT data by district. We can report it as a state. So that will look different in the upcoming report because there was a 58% decrease in the number of American Indian students taking the SAT. So if we show it by district, there would just be asterisks. So we had the conversation of instead just representing that data at a state level so that we can explain that there was a decrease that does not allow a significant number to be represented by district level.
And just adding that narrative to the report.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm fine with that. Is everybody else? Okay.
Did you, he mentioned a date when the colleges would be requiring the SAT? Or was that just the ACT that would be required at high schools?
He did mention UNC Board of Governors requirements. I'm not sure on that, but I'm happy to look up that Board of Governors policy of admission for those exams.
I have a child who's a senior in high school, so I know this, Dorothy. So if you have higher than a 2.5 or higher GPA, you are not required to submit an SAT or ACT to any UNC system schools. And if it's below a 2.5, you are required to submit it. But there is no minimum requirement that is needed for that score. But starting next year, which is what Curtis mentioned, you will have to have a 17 or higher if your GPA is less than 2.5 for the ACT, or it must be 930 for the SAT if your GPA is less than 2.5, if that makes sense.
This is Tamara again. One other thing I just wanted to mention, when we talk about the ACT and the SAT, we have to take into account that the state requires that all 11th grade students take the ACT. So that has a lot of influence on the number of students that are taking the SAT also, because in our district, again, since it's required in 11th grade, as part of our school's accountability model, then we focus more on the ACT. We have ACT boot camp, ACT parent night. So we do a lot of things to focus on the ACT versus the SAT. And then also we have to think back to our seniors that graduated this past school year, because I have a daughter that graduated this past school year. Those students did not have to even submit their SAT or ACT scores to college either because of the COVID implications.
So in the past, much of our data in the Stacy report has been devoted to the exams. Is there any other data that you guys would like to see that we could potentially add to the Stacy report?
I think there was something that someone brought up, I think maybe last year, is if there's enough data to look at school districts that have Title VI programs versus school districts that don't. I don't know if there'd be any sort of performance data that we could compare, or if there's enough in those other counties, but that would be interesting to look at for me.
Does it have to be, a group that's represented from the Title VI area, but is it some way that for our other American Indian students that are not in the Title VI district, but to kind of track to see how they're doing?
Like we could compare those receiving Title VI funding to those not receiving Title VI funding. Is that what you're?
Right.
I think that's the same thing that Stephen was at. I don't think we have to do it individually. I mean, we could certainly look at doing that individually, but we could also just say, just do a report with those receiving Title VI funds versus those not receiving Title VI funds. So that would be a great suggestion.
Because I know we have, in our Saponi, a lot of our members are not located in, Person County, and our numbers may be too small to put in the program. But we have a greater Indian population, like in Forsyth County or Guilford County or Alamance. And, you know, it would be good to see how they are doing, as well as, you know, the ones in the Title VI programs. So I think it would be good to look into. I don't know how the data system is set up for the state, but if they are also registered as an American Indian student, if the results of their test could all be clumped together and just see how those students are doing.
I would think, agree with Ms. Yates, because I know like with Nash County, they just have a little over 50 Native American students in their whole county. And even with Warren County, our numbers have tremendously dropped since the start of the school year. So many kids are moving out of Warren County, going to other counties. So when you have counties with little numbers, it's probably going to not show the accurate data versus as a whole, if we do the Title VI programs overall versus the non-Title VI program counties.
Got you. Okay. Thank you.
It's great to see the results that we do in our report. I think, you know, that's really good, but I would like to increase it to our American Indian students outside of that Title VI program, if there is a way to do that.
Thank you. I think I would like to see some data as it relates to attendance of our American Indian students in our next Stacy report.
I know Cumberland County, that's an initiative because they specifically pulled out the attendance data for our subgroups. And so that's an initiative that we implemented this year because the attendance data was a concern across the board. So that's a county initiative. And so each subgroup, if we had, like Indian education, we're using that to work towards improving the attendance. So that's one.
But you guys went and did something aside from Power School, right?
You mean our student information system?
Yes.
Yeah, that was, so we're in the first wave. The student information system is going to be Infinite Campus, and all other counties who are not in this first wave will implement Infinite Campus next year.
Which would give us more accurate data? No.
It has that capability. We just have not figured out how to give us that data yet. It's in that system. It is packed in that system, and that's going to be something me and Dr. Leslie have been working on, and she's been working at the state level to help my county as well as Clinton City Schools and a couple of other Title VI programs to accurately locate our students within that system. So I can individually pull my students, but I cannot pull my students as a group as I could.
So our attendance report may inform something, a narrative for DPI. So yeah, that attendance.
I had one other. It's off of attendance, but we'll stick with attendance until I get it out.
Any other suggestions as it relates to attendance?
I was just gonna say, I really like the idea of the attendance too in Columbus County. That's one of our initiatives also, because this past school year, we had a huge issue with chronic absenteeism. So that's one of our initiatives too.
Okay, thank you. So Dr. Leslie has noted that. Any other suggestions?
I would be interested to see CTE data. I don't know if that would be something that anyone else would be interested in, but I know in Cumberland County, our CTE department, as I've presented here before, they have to report on American Indian students because we have a certain percentage. So they have a state report that they submit that has our student numbers on it. And so I would be interested to see if that's, available for other counties who may have, enough number, that they've determined that's a subgroup for them as well.
I think that's part of tribal consultation. It's required.
Yes.
So those CTE numbers.
Yeah. And I know the state in general, like he mentioned, CTE and the push for, college and technical education.
Any other data that you would like added? Because we won't have the SAT data.
Right, the SAT will only be reported at the state level.
Any other insights that you like shared as it relates to health data or anything else that we would like to see added to the SACE report?
I will say that in a lot of the Title VI programs that I talked to, suicide prevention was one of your goals. That is tracked through the Healthy Schools. I don't want to mispronounce that department, but we had that presentation in our September SACE meeting. I was not sure if you all were interested in having that data possibly added or a discussion around that. I think it paints a more holistic picture of our American Indian students, but would love to hear your thoughts on that data as a part of the SACE report.
I love that idea. I wasn't sure that was an option, so I would love to see that, but that's just me.
In addition to that, do we have anything about like smoking cessation data? Programs around that? Suicide prevention and smoking cessation? I mean, any health data I think is at the stage these students are at, I think is beneficial. More data.
So certainly, when Dr. Oxendine joins us today, after her presentation, we can certainly ask her, are there any recommendations that she would like for us to add as well as it relates to data to advise us for the State Board of Education? At this time, may we transition to discussing our SACE theme and any recommendations that we may have. When I do want to encourage you that when we do think about recommendations, that we want to think from a legislative action perspective and working with the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs to advocate for those recommendations and ask. So let's start with a theme. Any ideas this morning? So last year, our theme was our children, our data, our legacy. The name, Ms. Dorothy, will you remind me the name of what's the Unity Conference theme for 2025? Typically in the past, we do try to align our SACE theme with the 2025
Yes.
Unity theme, but it seems like it's a lot like this, our data.
It is something about children.
If anybody
I
can
can look it
pull
up.
that or and then offer some potential ideas, that would be great.
Our children, our legacy.
I thought it was, yeah. I thought it was
Yes.
much like ours. Okay. So yeah, typically we do align with the Commission of Indian Affairs. So certainly open for any ideas as it relates to the title of our 2025 SACE report. Dr. Leslie, do you mind just typing these on a separate slide so that we can see them and unpack them as we're offering these? Thank you. Absolutely, please proceed.
I like the idea of including the verbiage, something surrounding it being empowering or empowerment in the title. Because now that you have this data, you're empowered to use it to inform the next steps. So I just have the word empowering at this time or empowerment. And I love having the word data in there as well. It's important that you're looking at data and using it to inform your next steps to improve the outcomes for all of our students. So that's what I'm thinking.
Any other suggestions? Go ahead and we'll begin to unpack here. We can do some other suggestions as well.
I said something along like empowering our communities through the intentional use of data? Or empowering our communities using data to inform our progress? Or something of that nature?
Think about the audience. Who's the audience? Who do we want looking at this?
For the SACE report, all the stakeholders, I mean, we don't want just we want wherever there's a heavy student, American Indian student population, we want them to look at this data and use this data to inform practices.
Not students necessarily,
Mhm.
like educators.
Absolutely. So Title VI directors, superintendents, assistant superintendents, certainly our tribal leadership could use this to inform some of the programming.
Our parents.
Our parents, teachers. In the past, we have always, and it's still in our SACE report in one of our appendix, we do offer recommendations, and one of those is to include this report in district improvement plans or individual school improvement plans.
Why can't we take the theme of the summit and like just update that a little bit and maybe add data in there? And use that for our Stacy report?
Okay, let's add that here. See what that looks like.
I had one too, that empowering data and community involvement to increase academic excellence.
Give me that one more time, Miss Amanda.
Okay. And empowering data and community involvement to increase academic excellence.
Because we're still using the word empowering and data.
So what about empowerment through data, advancing American Indian student achievement?
I need it one more time.
Advance.
Empowerment through data, advancing American Indian student achievement.
Any other suggestions?
This is gonna be the updated version of this.
Mm-hmm. It'll be on the front, the title for the front of the 2025.
They should like have that. And then right here, read this.
So you're right. No one does a comprehensive data report like the state of North Carolina. So we are certainly appreciative for our partnership with the NCDPI to support our initiatives, because this is a really comprehensive report. And so we can discuss that in some of our recommendations today. If we want to push for that through legislative action, because
There's a lot of stuff that people should get it go.
absolutely.
And I'll probably, a lot of these people need to explain to them like what this is. And it's not just for American Indian students.
Because it includes other groups, absolutely, that could really inform your improvement planning, absolutely.
that's why Stacy encourages all of us to go back to our tribes with this report and actually go over it with our councils, with our Title VI education people who are involved. So one of our responsibilities is to take this back and not make it just a book on the shelf, but go through it and help them see the data that's included in here. So we need to take it that step further than just here around the table, to take it back to our communities and actually download the information to our leadership in the communities and our parents.
Just one thing I wanted to mention. So we actually go over this when we have our principals meetings. So every principal receives a copy of it and we share the data with our principals. Also is shared at our parent meetings and also at our tribal board. So, but I think it's very important that the principals have a buy-in with this data because in Columbus County, most of our American Indian students are at two schools, East Columbus Junior High School and Hallsboro Teasley Elementary School. But we still have smaller schools that may have 2 or 3 students. And I want our principals at each of those schools to notice how much those students not only impact our district, but they impact their school also.
This is Angelique. We do the same thing with Clinton City Schools. We take this data to our principals meetings, our leadership team at the district level, and also to our tribal board. And so I will say that, you know, over the last few years, there has been a priority to take a look at our Native American students and see where they are academically, and not just academically, but with attendance, with discipline. And slowly but surely, our parents are responding, and we're making baby steps towards getting our students moving in the right direction. But we do the same thing with this data at in Clinton City.
And I'm sorry. I was just gonna say we could certainly create a subcommittee to workshop this for us throughout North Carolina and our tribal communities. Just a suggestion. Yes.
And I was going to add, you know, it may also be beneficial to include a narrative in the report, like discussing how you can actually use this report to inform your NC STAR plans. Because oftentimes, I'm just going to be completely honest, like when Ms. Tamara mentioned like a school that didn't have enough students to form a subgroup, districts and schools become hyper fixated on that school performance grade. So if they don't have that number to form a subgroup at the state level, according to the accountability model, oftentimes students are overlooked. So if we could include a narrative that says all students can benefit and can become proficient through these recommendations and putting this in our live NC STAR plans, that would help too.
Thank you.
Can I also add to what Jeremiah is saying, when in Guilford County, because we have 124 schools, I think there's only a handful that would even meet criteria for American Indians to be a subgroup. And so something that I've had to educate principals on is that if all of our schools are just looking at our American Indian students as asterisks in their data, then at the end of the year, we shouldn't be surprised when our American Indian students' performance decreases, which it did this year. This was in Guilford County, American Indians were the only student group that decreased in performance data. And because we have this practice of just looking at them as asterisks and not doing an equitable way of thinking about how can we look at their data, this is a helpful starting point, but we need to be thinking about what does it look like at your school level as well. So thanks for saying that.
So from a SACE standpoint, offering a narrative, yep. All right, so are we ready to take on any more discussions regarding the theme? We have anyone feel strongly about want to make a motion?
I really like the phrase empowerment through data. I really like that phrase to be included.
Thank you, Ms. Dorothy.
I really like the last one as well, but with everyone prior discussion about how we want every class to be able to use this book and this data, maybe change advancing our students' achievements. Like empowerment through data, but instead of putting Native American student, because we don't want them to think that this is only for Native American students data. We want them to use this data to improve not only Native American students, but hopefully all students throughout the board, because with that.
But I know sometimes when we present this report, they say we get data from DPI and it's for all students, and it is. But this report kind of says, hey, you're getting funds to support academic achievement. And we certainly wanted to be a focus on American Indians, but we're also saying, hey, those other subgroups are listed that can really inform and impact your data. And that's just my thoughts, because I just don't want to give districts leverage.
Yeah, I do agree.
Is there a way to tweak it just a little bit to say collaborative data, empowering American Indian student achievement? Like just, because I think what should getting to is the collaboration part. To collaborate together.
Should everyone say it? Should we do it? To revise it?
I like
Empowerment,
leaving that American Indian in there.
it was empowerment through data, meaningful collaboration for the advancement of American Indian students.
I wonder what marketing's gonna say to us with that title.
I know.
They were like, last year you had 4 words.
All the words, yeah.
Could you just change that fourth one to empowerment through data, collaborating towards American Indian student achievement instead of advancing? Okay.
Just
That fourth
use
one.
collaborate.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Give me that one more time.
Empowerment through data. Empowerment through data, collaborating for American Indian achievement.
Yep.
Do we want to say student achievement? Yeah.
It's fair. We've had, we don't want it too long, but
Meaningful collaboration.
Too much.
I have something maybe kind of flips it a little bit. Advancing student achievement, empowerment through American Indian data. So it's saying advance everybody's student achievement, but you're going to do that by seeing the data of American Indians, if that makes sense.
Advancing through American Indian.
Or, I mean, we can flip it around, but that's just what popped in my head. However you want to break it down.
I like the empowerment being tied to the data. Empowerment through the data. That's what we're looking at.
Thank you.
You can have a subheading, right? On like the front subheading. If you did empowerment through data and then have a subheading.
We've done that before. We did it, yeah, we did it before.
So like empowerment through data as CX mentioned, and then the second part being like meaningful collaboration for the advancement of American students. Subheading. But the empowerment through data is the I got you, the activator to get you to want to create them.
I really like the Advancing American Indian Student Achievement because when I come present the SACE report, we're lagging everywhere. And certainly districts can use this report to inform instructional practices. But at the end of the day, I mean, we're significantly lagging, not just lagging. And so I do want our attention to stay on the American Indian population. Of course, we need to be collaborative. We need allies. This data does not stand on the shoulders of brown and black people only. We need allies to support our data. But I believe when we begin to offer leverage in our title, when we begin to look at tribal consultation and meaningful collaboration, we're also opening up that leverage in that area as well. Again, our funds are tied to the American Indian data, and releasing that focus might also make our recommendations a little bit more weak from the American Indian perspective. So just thinking about that, again, as we deliver that report.
So you like including the advancing achievement? Was that?
I like the one that was personally empowerment through data, advancing American Indian student achievement. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I can't.
Yeah.
Well, of course, that's just my personal opinion now. We could certainly allow, I know, is there a word, I think that when we have this discussion in the emerging theme is the word collaborative, that we feel strongly about that word. We could give Dr. Locklear leverage to wordsmith this and talk to marketing based on one of our recommendations. And then just give her some time to try to think about adding the word collaborative in some way. And then making that final decision. We could certainly do that as well.
I think that our focus is on our American Indian students. Put that first. Advancing American Indian achievement. That's our focus. And how are we doing that? Through enrichment, through collaboration, through that. Even like as number 6, but it's sort of flip flopping it, advancing American Indian, what do you put, student or achievement, and then come in, put empowerment, collaboration, and doubt.
You said the word enrichment too. I like that. Enrichment. Who said advancing American Indian achievement, enrichment, and then enrichment, collaboration, and American Indian Day? What did you say?
Enrichment, empowerment, collaboration, doubt. Put us out there first. Let us be our students be the eye catcher there.
So I would highlight that one too, Dr. Leslie. So what we will do, Dr. Leslie, if you don't mind, if you would just create a Google document and then just send it out to folks and, ask for response within 1 week, or, 7 to 10 days. Or certainly contacting marketing. We should be good with marketing though, with those two. And then we'll make a final decision. Is that okay with everyone? Any questions, comments, concerns? So our next steps is Dr. Leslie will send out us a Google form. We can continue to share some ideas in that Google form. We'll have it open for 7 to 10 days, and then we'll come up with our final recommendation. We might end up doing like a little survey, Dr. Leslie. Okay. It is 5 after, but we can talk about, you guys want to talk about recommendations now? You want to have a working lunch? Working lunch. Okay. We'll talk about recommendations over lunch. So at this time, we will break for lunch.
And just as we're breaking for lunch, if you will make sure your microphone is off, I will check on lunch. If you give me 1 minute, the restrooms are out the right down the hallway if you need to use the restroom.
At this time, we will adjourn back from lunch and start back with our agenda. At this time, we welcome Dr. Robert Locklear, the Regional Impact Manager from My Future NC, to provide an informational presentation. Welcome, Dr. Locklear.
And I look around, I was like, okay, all right. Can you hear me? Okay. So let me just back up. So Robert Locklear with My Future NC, and I serve as the Sand Hills Regional Impact Manager for the Prosperity Zone, served 10 counties. And before that, I was Chief Academic Assistant Superintendent Officer in the Public Schools of Robeson County, and retired January of 2023 with 28 years under my belt. And before that, I was on active duty in the United States Navy, served 10 years on active duty and 7 in the reserves. So I felt like it was time to retire, but guess what? I didn't retire. I came right back to work 2 days later. So, and been with My Future now for 2 years. So glad to be part of this organization and this nonprofit that helps educate when it comes to educational attainment and workforce development. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so based on Session Law 2019-55, House Bill 664, by the year 2030, 25 to 44-year-olds will have completed a high school credential or post-secondary degree. That is our goal, 2 million. So I want you to remember that number. But we say by the year 2030, but actually it's going to be the year 2029 data, okay, because we're always a year behind, okay? Before I forget, I do have my partner here with me, Gina Hong is our research data analyst, and she's the one who put all these great slides together for us. So thank you, Gina, for being here with us as well. Next slide, please. And with My Future's board of directors, we have a dynamic group of individuals from across the state that are cross-sector board of directors. And as you can see there, they're from education, from policymakers, philanthropists, businesses, and we are just so grateful to have them leading the organization as well. Okay, next slide. So as you know, North Carolina is, when it comes to the state of doing business and economics, for a 5th year in a row, North Carolina ranks in the top 3 states. This past year, Virginia became #1 in the state, and we fell to #2. But we're going to get that title back because you said the word earlier, collaboration. It's the result of statewide collaboration, partnership, and hard work by our economic development communities that's going to put us back at #1. Next slide, please. And as you can see, North Carolina has a very robust education system and workforce. And there on the slide, you can see that there are 58 community colleges in the state of North Carolina, and working with 8 in the Sand Hills region. You just go on the campuses, you see such wonderful things happening. But as you were talking about Indian education and some of the recommendations there, you know, I think about Rob's Community College that has a very large Native American Indian students on its campus, and just seeing those students in their classrooms when I do visits, it's just amazing what students can do with their hands now. You know, a lot of it's hands-on with that practical piece. And then, of course, we have 36 private institutions, 16 public institutions, and we'll look at a slide here with UNC Pembroke just a second. And then we have 20 workforce development boards across the state. And I have the pleasure of working with 3, Lumber River, Cape Fear, and Mid Carolina in the Sand Hills Prosperity Zone. Okay, next slide, please. And for UNC Pembroke, an ag designated in the University of North Carolina at Pembroke was North Carolina's historically American Indian University. And the university has endorsed our work, and we'll talk about more endorsements later. But working with Chancellor Cummings and his team, they are a great partner with My Future NC. Next slide, please. So if we want to make North Carolina a better opportunity for all, we have to make sure that we have a good education system. We want to make sure we have a great workforce. So the key is that economic prosperity and upward mobility for all citizens. So what My Future does and what I do every day is in order to achieve the goal, we have to make sure that we are focused on three components: monitoring and reporting progress. And I think Gina gave you a copy of the North Carolina profile that should be in front of you. That's how we do that every day, is sharing those data points. Accelerate action, where we convene and connect. Like yesterday, I was at Lenore Community College hosting a convening there with my counterpart in the Southeast. And then, of course, we advocate and identify policies. We have two lobbyists on our staff, our CEO, Cecilia Holden, and our policy director, Corey Biggs, works very closely with the legislators to make sure if there's any advocacy we need to do with them to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our districts. Next slide, please. So for monitoring and reporting progress, next slide. So as you can see on your profile, remember that goal was what? 2 million, right? 2 million by 2030. If you look currently, we are at 1.6 million, and that was as of February 2024. The new report will come out February 2025. And before we get to that last slide in the presentation, I want to cordially invite you to be part of that. It will be virtual this year. Last year this past year we were face to face. This year will be virtual, and we will make sure you have the link so you can listen in on the report and hear what the new number is going to be once that's released. So if we stay on this same trajectory, you're going to see as of today, we're about 24,000 short of our goal. And by the end of 2030, which is really 2029 data, we'll fall short around 71,186. So what does that mean? That means we have a lot of work to do to make sure we reach that goal of 2 million, because there are a lot of individuals out there, 25 to 44, that have a lot of college courses, on their transcript, but they never finished their degree. And that's what we do every day to make sure that we can help those individuals. And we'll talk more about that in a second with our adult learners. Okay, Leslie, next slide. So out of the 100 counties, and I know you're from all over the state, 82 of our 100 counties have increased their attainment rate since 2019. So that's 18 of 78 rural counties, which is 23%, experienced a decrease in attainment rate for that age group from 2019 to 2022. So that's what we want to focus on. Why are they decreasing? We want to make sure all 100 increase every year. So hopefully when the report comes out next February, we'll see that number change to 100%. Okay. And Gina put this slide deck in there to show you with the mind of the educational gap. The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. And you'll see there for the American Indian population, 25 to 44, we have a very small percentage of individuals with a professional or master's degree. That's what, 9%, and then 13% with our bachelor's. So you see, we still have a lot of work to do. And that's why SACE is so important. Like Dr. Tiffany was saying, and all of you were saying, it's going to take all of us working together. Everybody at this table across the state, how do we make sure that we are providing all the resources, meeting all the needs of our individuals to get that number higher than where it is today? Next slide, please. Okay. Just briefly about our education system when it comes to our high school students. You'll see there that only 30 out of 100 North Carolina ninth graders earn a degree or certificate within 6 years of graduating high school. 14 of those did not graduate high school within 4 years. 36 did not enroll in post-secondary institution within 12 months, and 9 did not persist into their second year, and the remaining 11 did not earn a degree or credential within 6 years. And we're going to talk about opportunity youth in here in a second. But we have to get students excited about learning. All students, our American Indian students, all students have to be. So we have a lot of work to do. Next slide, please. So on-time high school graduation rate by demographics, ninth graders graduating high school in 4 years. And you'll see that for the American Indian students, 82%. Only 82% are graduating in 4 years. That's the percentage, and that's the number that we really need to stay focused on, because we need to get that number much, much higher. We want that number to be to the left, the 95 and above. Okay, next slide. And on-time post-secondary enrollment rate by demographics, you'll see there for the American Indian, only 48% enrolled in college or university within 12 months graduating from high school. We work very close with our admissions officers, with recruiters from universities, community colleges, making sure that we're doing all we can to recruit students and get them into those curriculum programs that's going to get them excited about learning. And then, of course, making sure they graduate on time. Next slide, please. And as I said, with the Opportunity Youth, that age group 16 to 24, you'll see there across North Carolina, 2,024 of the 11,210, which is 18%, American Indian young adults aren't in school or working. So I'm working with a group down in Columbus, and the first two questions I ask and the last two questions I ask, where are these individuals and how do we reach them? Where are they and how do we reach them? Because if we don't know where they are, how can we help them? And how can we help them if we don't know where they are? So that's what another area we're focusing on as well. Okay, next slide. Okay. And, you know, with the economics, with the education, you know, people now is how am I going to survive? You know, cost of living is high. You go in the grocery store. If you're like me, if it doesn't say sale, you keep on going, you know, or reduced price or something. So we want to make sure that our young people are getting the education so that they can have a sustaining wage to provide for a family. And you'll see there are only 8,167 of that 21,032, 39% earn a family sustaining wage versus 54% overall. And that means earning an average income of $44,848. Next slide, please. So how do we accelerate the action? All of the work that we do is state, it's local. And when the slide comes up next, I'll talk about the 8 individuals. But every day for all 10 counties that I serve and the other 90 counties, that's where the regional impact managers are in there, whether it's a school district, on college campuses, universities, workforce development board. We're doing all we can to make sure that we are partnering. And when Dr. Tiffany was talking about the collaboration, and you guys were talking about it, and having allies, my future NC wants to be one of your biggest allies to help you with this work. And I thank Dr. Leslie for giving me the few minutes to share that with you. Next slide, please. So we have individuals across the state that can help, whether you're on the western part of the state, eastern part. There are the 8 regional impact managers. And I think Gina gave you one of my business cards. Did you get those? Please reach out to me, robert@myfuturenc.org. You can call me on my cell phone at 910-374-5728, because I want to be here to help you. I want to be here to support you, because this is going to take a team. All of us working together as a team. We can't be working against each other. We have to come together and do what's best for the students and the young people in the state of North Carolina. Next slide. Financial aid, I just want to share this with you. A lot of our students are missing out. Dr. Lowry, you can attest to this. They're missing out on great opportunities. Tiffany, you at the university. Our students, when they when they tell you, well, I didn't know I could apply for that, or no one told me about financial aid, or my counselor didn't tell me that, how are we making sure that our students are getting the information they need about financial aid? Because there's so many scholarships out there with Pell Grants, with the Next NC Scholarship. UNCP has the Promise, I can't remember what it's called, but what is it, Tiffany? Yeah, okay. And what a wonderful opportunity. So last year, or this past June, we convened in Charlotte, had over 350 individuals from across the state, figuring out how we can best meet the needs of our students when it comes to financial aid. And so we've got a lot of great recommendations, and we're looking forward to hosting that same number next summer. Next slide. I want to highlight Robinson Community College because I mentioned that earlier. Large population of American Indian students. But when it comes to the adult learners, making sure with NC Reconnect that we are focusing on engaging those individuals, informing them, and supporting those, because we have to think about childcare, we have to think about transportation, we have to think about gas money. What is causing that individual from not returning back to that community college campus? So as you can see there, all 4 of those cohorts, and you see who's sponsoring the initiative down at the bottom with the John M. Bell, NC Community College, the Belt Center, My Future NC. All of those community colleges have a focus on adult learners. Okay. Cohort 5, we're hoping it's going to be out real soon, but Robinson Community College just started their initiative in April, and they've already attracted a lot of students. Next slide. So when it comes to advocating for policy solutions, one of the areas that we're working on with our schools now is the career development plans. Next slide, please, Lisa. Is the career development plan, the science of reading. Angie and I have had conversations. Jeannie, how can we help with the science of reading? How can we help with NC Pre-K? I was in Moore County working with the Partnership for Children, because that area needs additional resources with NC Pre-K. So we're trying to figure out how we can help, how can we partner to help with that. And I'm not going to go through all these, but you see the 4 areas when it comes to workforce credentials, persistent and completion, our technical assistance, and of course the partner support items. Next slide. So when it comes to our call to action, we want to make sure that that each district, each county adopts their local attainment goal. And then, of course, they implement a plan to make sure they reach that goal and increase that goal. That's what we were doing in Kinston yesterday, working with that collaborative on making sure they reach their attainment goal. Also, to understand and utilize the information in your county attainment profile. And I want to say, was Hawana mentioned earlier? I think it was Hawana, you said you used our data points to help with reports. We want you to use that information, because Gene and the team, they do a great job keeping it updated. So if you go to myfuturenc.org, individuals I partner with, they said we use it for writing grants, for putting slide decks together and share with parents. So we want you to use that information. And then, of course, leveraging your regional impact manager. And like I said, if you're on the west, the east, there's someone that can help you in your region. Next slide. And like I said, on February 20th, 2025, we cordially invite you to listen in, or you can scan the code there and hear what the new numbers are. We're hoping we're going to have a huge increase, but we still have a lot of work to do. So thank you for what you do. Thank you for Stacey for inviting me. Leslie and I had a good conversation last week with Elevate NC over on campus Chapel Hill. A lot of you I see, around the table that I know personally, professionally. Some of you I haven't seen in a while, so good to see you. But thank you for what you do every day, and thank you for this wonderful organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. At this time, we're happy to entertain any questions.
I have one.
Dr. Robert, we'll just have just a couple questions from Stacey, if you don't mind, or you, okay, thank you.
You want to go first?
Yeah, absolutely, sure, go ahead.
I saw down here at the bottom where it says, top 3 employers in North Carolina, Walmart, Duke, and Food Line.
And I got my
one of these
expert here to
things
help
is
with
not
that.
like the
Gina,
other?
you can come on up. You come on up, Gina.
I thought it was interesting. It says top 3 employers are Walmart, Duke, and Food Line. Those 3. One of those is not fit with the other 2.
Yeah.
As far as I think,
Right.
but maybe I'm looking at something different.
Yes.
How's that?
Yeah.
I don't know how
Okay,
that
you want to
works.
explain what how the process works on?
On that bar, it's a state profile, so that's the largest employer for the state. And that's data from NC Commerce, they're downstairs. So, and county profile, it was the 3 largest employers in York County. So I can pull up for York County state, but that's the 3 largest employer for the state.
You were just surprised by that, Kayla? Very.
Seems weird, but yeah.
And I do want to encourage you to pull up your specific county, if you can, because it tells you top 3 issues in your county, the top employers. So it's much more detailed and specific based on your county. And I will also send out a link to these as well. I know you can link to them, but I will send out a link so that you can find your county specific data as well.
Because on your individual county profile, it has the same information when it comes to labor market alignment with the post-secondary completion, academic readiness, and of course with the college and career access. What you're looking at is for the entire state of North Carolina, but we have it broken down by county. Just like I was talking with my friend here from Columbus County, we know that in Columbus County, youth opportunity is a real issue for them. So I'm partnering with a nonprofit organization, helping them come up with a plan that involves the K-12 system, the community college, church and community centers, local government. But everybody has to be at the table. If it's affecting the county, then it's affecting everybody that lives in that county. So you need all players at the table. But that was a very good question, Mr. Locklear.
Are you working with STEM Studio?
STEM Studio, we're not partnering. I don't think we're partnering. Yeah.
Okay.
Are there
But
any,
But I would love to hear more about that, if there's something we can do to help.
are there any particular districts utilizing this data?
Oh, yeah, all 100.
Okay,
All 100 counties.
are
Yeah.
using it
Each county
individually?
has their own unique profile. Like I said, just like this, Columbus, Robinson, Randolph, Moore. Yeah. So we really want you to go to myfuturenc.org and pull up your individual county and look at that information. Lexi says she's going to send you the link, but if you need help, understanding any components, reach out to me, reach out to Gina. That's what we're here for. Because it is some valuable information, especially if you're looking at writing grants. And I know a lot of you in here, I've partnered with you on some grants, so I know.
I had a further question kind of with Calvin. Is it any distinction between full-time, part-time, and contract workers that work for those areas that you're pulling your data from, or is it all combined?
It's a combination.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's full-time, part-time, and contract workers? Because that would probably explain why he was so shocked with the top 3.
So it fluctuates year to year, Any other questions?
Just a comment though. Let me turn this on. Sometimes forget to do the button, but one thing about Food Lion that I recently read, it's one of the leading grocery suppliers, not just in America, but almost globally. It has a different name globally. It's under a different stock market.
It's owned by a German company called Dale Hayes.
I'm not sure of that, probably right, but it is super, super, super big. It's not just a North Carolina-based company, and it is extraordinarily successful on the stock market.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Okay.
At this time, we are happy to welcome Ms. Christy Norris, the Director of Education, presenting an informational session from the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. Welcome, Ms. Norris.
Hey, good afternoon. It's good to see you all. First of all, thank you for what you do. It is so important. The work that you are doing, the time that you are volunteering to this cause now more than ever. So I am so humbled to be here with all of you today. Am I clicking or am I telling some? You're Dr. Leslie. Thank you. So you can move forward. The first thing I just want to let you know is who I am. In full transparency, this is who I really am. This is me growing up down a dirt road in rural Randolph County, North Carolina, clutching any stray animal I possibly could. North Carolina, born and raised, and a first-generation college student on both sides of my family. And I say that because I think that the only reason I'm here today is because of public education. And I think my role as the Director of Education for the Department of North Carolina Natural and Cultural Resources is to make sure that everyone has that same opportunity, that all of our students, regardless of race or background or economics, can see themselves in the curriculum that's in our schools, and that they can see a bright future for themselves. And I think there's a lot of great work being done. We also have a lot more work to do. I'll also point out, yes, my grandmother did cut my hair. And she did use a bowl to get the bangs straight, which they are not. So that tells you all you need to know about me right there. You can go forward. So what I want to do in just our quick time together is tell you a little bit about DNCR. If you don't know, maybe you know about us, maybe you don't. A lot of folks don't understand the breadth of what the department is, I think. I want to spotlight our Learning Happens Here initiative for all of you in hopes that you will go back and share it in your communities, with your teachers, with your schools. And then I'd like to discuss a potential partnership activity. We have some things that we're cooking in DNCR that we would really love to work with you on. If you are interested, you can go forward. And so about the North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, our Secretary Reed Wilson, who's a member of the governor's cabinet, he likes to say that we're the Department of Fun, that we are, you know, all the things you love about North Carolina from A to Z. So from the aquariums to the zoo, art museums, historic sites. We have an African American Heritage Commission. We have an American Indian Heritage Commission that I know there's some crossover with this group with. We have science museums. We have state parks. We have over 100 sites all around this state. And I am just under 6 months new into this role of Director of Education with the department. I'm a former teacher in Durham Public Schools myself, and I view it as my job to make sure that all of the doors of all of our sites and programs are wide open to teachers, to students, to families all over this state. We know that our public education system is doing amazing things. We also know that it needs a lot of support. And in this regard, I want to make sure that the department is doing as much as it possibly can to elevate the amazing work happening in education in this state. So Learning Happens Here, because the department is so gigantic, literally 100+ sites. Learning Happens Here, I like to say, is our window, our storefront for K-12 education for the department. And this is where we see our role, and I see this initiative as really being critical to supporting our state's teachers as valued professionals. We want to make sure that we support teachers with standards-aligned, vetted classroom resources, all free and high quality. We are providing professional development for teachers all around the state. Again, professional development that values them as the critical pillars of our community that they are, to make sure that our teachers are highly trained, highly qualified. We're providing professional pathways for teachers. So rather than just one-stop professional development, how can we build communities of practice where teachers can support one another, where they can remind themselves that they are scholars? It's hard. I taught 8th grade, y'all. It's hard to feel like a scholar when you are shuttling 40 8th graders to the cafeteria. You don't feel very scholarly. I remember those days when at the end of the day, I would say, I don't think I talked to anybody over the age of 12 today. That is very depressing. So our teachers, to bring them out of the classroom and into spaces where they can learn and explore and be lifelong learners, that has a direct impact back on our students in the classroom. And so we think that that is a really important investment to make in schools across the state. And we have, as you might have guessed, some pretty amazing field trips available if you want to go forward. We just yesterday, hot off the presses, please take this back to all of your schools, all of your communities. The governor announced a $1 million fund for public schools to be able to visit any DNCR site all around the state. And that means that teachers, schools can get reimbursed for the charter bus, for the activity bus. If a substitute is needed to be able to get that teacher out of the classroom and somebody has to stay behind. If students can't afford lunches, we want to make sure, again, that our sites are open to every child, regardless of income or location. Now, y'all saw me, I'm a rural kid, right? So I remember in 3rd grade going to the zoo. My family didn't go a lot of places, but that was a big deal to me. Those are the types of experiences that all of our young folks need to be able to have. And this fund is going to help with that. So please encourage your communities to apply. We want to say yes. The fund prioritizes Title I eligible Tier 1 counties, or schools in general, for just who, these trips aren't possible without some help. We know for those of you that are teachers, you can't take a field trip and use the school bus because they've got to be back by like 1 o'clock to get all the kids out of there that afternoon. So this can help get those charter buses, because we know the value of getting students out of the classroom and into spaces where they can do true hands-on learning in STEM, in, going and listening to the symphony, visiting the art museum and seeing those works of art live. Those are the things I remember about school, not the test I took unless I was sick to my stomach over it. It's getting out of the classroom and having those hands-on experiences. You can move forward. We also are getting ready to launch the Learning Happens Here Teacher Ambassadors. I am all about giving teachers the VIP experiences that they deserve. And I think one of the ways that we can best engage and partner with teachers is by selling them on our materials and sites and resources, and then they can go out and help spread the word. When they're with us, like you all do here, teachers and educators give the best advice. Y'all know best what works for education because you're educators at heart. And so we want to bring these teachers in, give them behind the scenes VIP experiences at DNCR sites all around the state, get their advice, and then they'll go out and evangelize all of these resources to make sure that all of our counties, from Manteo to Murphy, everybody has access and knows about these sites. We don't just want folks in Raleigh, and I love Raleigh, utilizing these types of materials. We want to make sure that there's equity of access. So if you know, or I should say, please, for the amazing educators you know, share this opportunity with them. I would love to have applicants. We also do fellowships. I have to give a shout out to one of our America 250 fellows, Stephen Bell, right down there. I'm so glad I'm speaking before you and not after you, by the way. These teachers, the brilliance and the perspectives that they bring, the things that they can do together, it lights so many imaginations on fire. We have to support them in every possible way that we can. And I'm sure most of you already know about this, but I did want to call out again, we have the American Indian Heritage Commission. I know a lot of you have also served as commissioners. We do have our, on November 22nd and 23rd, cultural celebration coming up. That Friday, there is a virtual event for schools. So please make sure the educators in your communities know about that. If they want to sign up, they can still do that. Next slide. I'm sorry, I got you taking notes over there, but apologize. And speaking of the American Indian Heritage Commission, one of the things that I've talked to Dr. Leslie about, that I've talked to Stephen about, is we want to make sure, again, that we are supporting teachers in teaching a full, comprehensive, and responsible curriculum that all of our young folks can see themselves, and not just see themselves, but see themselves in empowered ways. And so we want to embark on a curriculum project to make sure that we support teachers with high quality current resources in teaching about North Carolina's rich and incredible Indigenous past and present. You can move forward. And so what we are hoping to do is to basically create lesson plans, create a guide to make sure that every young person in the state knows about the tribal diversity across the state. So much of this work has been done. This group, in fact, created an amazing curriculum guide about 12 years ago, I think it was. And so how do we take what is there? How do we adapt it? How do we bring it up to date? And one, make sure that we elevate really compelling, really amazing topics that are grounded in current events, that are grounded in very recent history. One of the things that we found in looking at curriculum that's provided, a lot of that curriculum is kind of long ago and far away. And students are getting the impression, I don't need to tell you all this, you know this, I would be preaching to the choir, I'm sure. But how do we center lesson plans in things happening today or in modern history in the later 1900s rather than way, way back when, and then use that today as a way to go back and teach about the history. Specifically, too, we want to do something as the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources that focuses on our state history and current events. There is so much beauty and resistance and resilience and resurgence in this state. So let's make sure that every child in North Carolina gets a sense of that and understands that. We also think it's really important in this work that we envision to center Indigenous sources and voices. So we have such incredible scholars in this state, tribes who have really detailed websites, who have started collecting oral histories. And so how do we make sure that what we do centers those sources and voices? And again, I think what we really envision that I think is most important is making sure that we teach the truth, but also that we do so in a way that accounts for survival, that accounts for resilience, that accounts for resurgence in the past and the present. And so with that, we you can go forward. We want to basically try to create a curriculum for teachers around the state that would be held online once it's complete, that is really based under these tenets. And again, I don't even need to go through them. I think they're pretty understood and vetted ways. But again, topics that are centered in today, topics that highlight the diversity, getting students to understand that cultures are not a monolith, that, you can be we speak differently in Ocracoke than we do in Murphy. There are completely different ways of speaking within one state alone. So how can we make sure that our young people get a full sense of that diversity? Also, again, highlighting the truth, but doing so in a way that is still empowering. There are so many stories that we can tell to make students, Indigenous students and non-Indigenous students, see themselves and feel empowered by this history and by current events. And then also, again, just to focus on our local tribes historical and present, as well as, you know, we've got these great urban Indian communities as well that some students don't even know about. You can go forward. And so some sample topics, the types of things that we're talking about, just to give you a sense of, are one of my most favorite North Carolina history stories that I think every child in the state has to know, the Battle for Hayes Pond. That is a story that recognizes the realities of the time, but is at its epitome an amazing story of resistance. Things such as the amazing work that the Coharie are doing with revitalizing the Coharie River Initiative, Halawasa Pony and their revitalization of Magazine Spring, the revitalization of the Cherokee language. The North Carolina American Indian Heritage Commission is currently collecting oral histories and doing a project on North Carolina Indian schools and the roles that those schools played in the K-12 space for so long. And so I can go forward. The other thing that we want to do, and so I say all of this idea that we are formulating with the American Indian Heritage Commission, and what we want to make sure that we do is do it in partnership with teachers. K-12 teachers know what works, they know what they need, and specifically teachers who have tribal affiliation themselves, to make sure that we have contributions from folks with lived experiences, that the stories that are told by the people who want to tell them. One of the things that we're going to do is partner with the Keenan Fellows. I'm sure most of you know about that program. So the American Indian Heritage Commission will host a Keenan Fellow. This is a paid fellowship. I am adamant that this fellowship, it's for a K-12 teacher, go to a person with tribal affiliation. So if you know, or let me again say, please tell the amazing teachers that you know, or maybe some of you are interested in this, to apply for this. That's information. The application link is there. It's a year-long professional development program. It's really incredible. And then they are paid to do a 3-week deep dive in the summer. They'll travel around the state with the American Indian Heritage Commission and work on help with this curriculum. Can move forward. And I think, again, right now in this idea phase, what we are looking for are partners. We want, the American Indian Heritage Commission right now is doing strategic planning with the 8 tribes that are in the state and the urban Indian organizations, and trying to collect topics that are the tribe saying, these are the topics that we think need to be known around the state. I would love to hear topics from you all as well, especially since you're even more closely connected to education and the classroom. If you know someone or you yourself would like to be involved and participate in writing or reviewing, we will have stipends for you to do that. Another thing as a former teacher I'm very adamant about is we have to pay teachers for their time as professionals. So I'm kind of looking for volunteers, but let's say I'm more looking for contractors, because we need to pay folks for their work. We are also wanting to know the compelling histories, the topics, the events, the people, the sources from your different communities. You know, what would this need to entail? Again, I mentioned the incredible curriculum that this same advisory group created 12 years ago that just needs updating. There are some things there. But again, how can we center this in the present day, in more modern history? That's really the goal of this, and to use those modern day scenarios, stories, current events as windows to go back and, learn a more compelling full past. And, are there primary sources? Are there digitized collections? Are there elders in your community who should be part of this, who the American Indian Heritage Commission should interview? I think right now we're really just trying to collect ideas to make sure, again, that every teacher in this state can teach about and teach to Indigenous past and present in their classroom, regardless of what county they're in, regardless of what their background is. I'm a huge teacher advocate, but I think with us, a lot of times it's when you know better, you do better. We know that so many mistakes are made. So many teachers, so much harm is done in some of the things that happen in classrooms. And whatever we can do to prevent that and assist in providing quality vetted resources to help elevate what I think is some of the most important and beautiful and again, resilient past and present that is in this state. I think it's something that could inspire every North Carolina child. And so I will just leave you, that is my email address. I would love to work with any of you to get your ideas, to get your impressions, and join us for an American Indian Heritage Commission meeting as we kind of keep working through this. But we would love to make sure that we provide this for teachers in a way that is accessible and in a way that helps move the needle forward for all of K-12 education in this state. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Morris?
I just had a quick comment and I wanted to explain to Stacey why I invited Ms. Norris. So I met Ms. Norris through Stephen in a presentation and then received information. I had a meeting with the American Indian Heritage Commission about this project and knew that one of the things on my future task list that I've heard from quite a few people and Dr. Tiffany was to reinvigorate the resources and curriculum that is provided to teachers in North Carolina. And the only thing better than one pot of money is two pots of money. So I wanted to connect with Ms. Norris to figure out how we could create materials and curriculum that would live in both spaces. So through our website, through DPI, as well as through DNCR, but also knowing I really appreciate that she wanted to involve us and our educators in vetting these resources. That was a big push from the American Indian Heritage Commission. And I know you all have great insight. So I do want to encourage you to share this with those American Indian teachers so that they can be a part of this work. And I will continue to work with Christy to make sure these things are cross-represented with NCDPI, but we wanted to make sure we were not duplicating work because I shared with her, I think we started right around the same time I said, oh, that's on my task list too. Let's talk about it. So I just wanted to share that with you all.
In education, y'all, we are always working in silos and recreating the wheel. So how can we work smarter? And I have so much hope right now with Dr. Leslie in this role with DPI and this commission. I feel like we are right on the cusp of amazing things are already happening. But I'm just big fan, and I think there's so much exciting work that can happen. And yes, funding too. I've said to, Stephen knows this, I went to the educational powwow that they did in Guilford, which was amazing. These are the types of things that we need to be investing in. And so, whatever I can do to help in that regard.
So I do want to say, just in case her presentation didn't speak for itself, Christy's been a huge support for me personally. In being a part of the fellowship, she's given me just a wealth of knowledge and connection to other educators around the state. Through her, I was able to present at 2 different conferences, as well as the Governor's Teacher Advisory Committee. And she created a space where I didn't feel like I was tokenized and I was the only person that had to speak about American Indian issues. She cultivated a space where other people jumped in and wanted to learn and advocate for us as well. So she's a huge ally for myself. And so just wanted to piggyback off the wealth of knowledge that she shared. I did also want to add 2 ideas, Christy, as you were going through it. I'm thinking about how we talk about the Trail of Tears a lot. And I'm thinking about how the Cherokee have their Remember the Removal bike ride and how that could be a contemporary connection to a historical standard that might just draw some connections there. And then I was also thinking about the relocation in the 50s and 60s from people from tribal communities into urban areas. I can send it to you as well, but
If I don't write it down, you got it. Okay. If I don't write it down, because that's amazing. And that's the exact type of thing that we're looking for. What's happening today that we can use as a window to go back. So thank you for that.
I have a question about sorry, I'm over here. Steve, you're looking for me. About the field trips and opportunities. Are our tribal centers included in the DNCR, or is that something that could be included for Indian education?
So I think because we have an American Indian Heritage Commission, the commission doesn't have a specific site. So I think that there would be a collaboration where we could include trips to those places because of the American Indian Heritage Commission.
Okay.
So that would be while it's not a DNCR managed site,
Right.
because of the commission, there's that connection,
Okay,
that
so
parity.
when applying for those funds, because I already have some things, when I sent the email, one of my teachers sent the email to me and I was like, I'm already on it. So when applying for those, would I just is there a space to say that or to,
Yes, or just email me and we'll make it happen.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
absolutely. And please share that. I want, again, all 100 counties getting on buses and getting out of their classrooms and getting their hands in it.
And it is linked, that application is linked in the American Indian Education newsletter on my slides in the PowerPoint. That fund is linked, as well as the America 250 grant funding is linked on there as well.
Do you all know about that funding? It's it's the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, the America 250 initiative, because 2026 is the 250th anniversary of 1776. And I do think the department has tried to be very aware of the fact that 1776 has very different meanings, depending on who you are. And so they're trying to look at this as a study of freedom across time. And the grants that they have, you can get up to $35,000. It's a fairly simple application in terms of grant applications. And I think anything that you can make the argument that relates to freedom, we have a theme, when are we us? When are we really going to be a United States? Anything that you could make that connects to that would be perfectly legitimate to apply for those funds. And so even, an educational powwow, I think, is something that would count for those funds. So if you have any questions about that, I'm happy to help you, and let's get some of that money, some of that funding into your communities too. Yes, ma'am.
This is a fascinating presentation. I got lots of notes, not all that organized. Let me go to the key points. The point that you made about the $1 million fund from the General Assembly, I suppose, through the governor to do field trips. I have been in education a long time, and I've heard creative ideas. I don't think I've ever heard of anything that creative. Really, I mean, all the times kids go on field trips, and many of them, including our Native American kids, sometimes, I know when I was a teacher, I remember little kids not having money.
That's right.
To buy food.
That's right.
Or souvenirs. I finally cut out souvenirs because so many kids couldn't buy them, right? So just to know that fund, so let me get to the question. Oh, I'm talking, never mind. So let me get to the question. So how will school districts learn about this pot of money?
We are sending it out. We have a Learning Happens Here e-newsletter that goes out. We've sent it out to every principal in North Carolina via DPI's list. We're sharing it through the different content areas with the Department of Public Instruction, partnering with groups like the North Carolina Council for the Social Studies, all of the different content area conferences. So we are just pushing it out in every avenue that we possibly can. Folks like the Dudley Flood Center, the Public School Forum, the commissions, you all now, I hope.
Yes.
Yeah. So I want this to go to the folks who need it the most, because I think those moments can be so pivotal and so and formidable when you are a young child to get out and explore like
Very
that.
good. Stephen, I'm so glad that you mentioned the great migration of Indian people during the 50s, the late 40s and 50s to places like Baltimore and also Detroit. Interestingly, I'm writing a short story about the Saddle Tree. I'm from the Saddle Tree community in Robeson County. And if you're from Robeson, you probably know that area. It's sandwiched between Lumberton and St. Paul's. And I'm writing I was invited to write about the Saddle Tree diaspora that organized in East Detroit between 1949 and 1952. My parents were part of that Saddle Tree migration that left Saddle Tree and 10 other families, I would say 10 to 12 other families. So there's a whole story about it. I'm not going to go into it, but I've been invited to write a short piece by the Boston Edison Historical Society, which is right out of downtown, very affluent neighborhood, right out of downtown Detroit. I don't know how my dad, how he found this neighborhood, because he sure was not rich when he headed to Michigan. And how he found this neighborhood is a mystery to me. So I've been doing, it's very affluent. Henry Ford lived there at one time, on and on. It's amazing. So I start digging around, trying to, remembering the address of my home. And one thing led to another. I finally connected with this historical society, and they've asked me to write a little story about my 2.5, 3 years living in that neighborhood. So I mean, that is so historical, folks. The leaving of Indian people out of Robinson, out of other counties, you know, in North Carolina where Indians live, moving to other places to survive. So that has to be part.
Yes.
That must be part
I would say
of
that
what you're doing.
most teachers, when they're teaching about the Great Migration, are not including that story. They're teaching
They don't
about
know it.
different. That's
They
right.
may not know
That's
it.
right. I would love to see that story when it's done.
It's not long. As a matter of fact, I'm sending it tonight. It's just enough to get me motivated to write more.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Well, and this is exactly the type of things that, you know, would be so helpful to pull these, and we're all stories. We're all a collection of stories. And I think those types of things are what is going to engage our young folks.
and last, the science standards have been approved by the State Board of Education, and now next month, we're going to be approving the textbook adoptions. So as you rewrite curricula, please find ways to connect the indigenous component in things like science education.
Absolutely. And that's a big part. You know, our learning happens here at science, history, arts, culture, and nature. And so that's kind of the purview that we look at everything with. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Is there a monetary limit on this field trip money? Are you talking about putting them on a charter bus and letting them go to the zoo instead of riding the orange bus or, you know, the activity bus or whatever?
As the little girl who got so sick on those orange buses, yes. Yeah, so we do not have perimeters on the funding. We've just asked schools to ask for what you need. Don't inflate your mileage costs, you know, don't ask for, you know, a 5-course dinner at a restaurant. But the reality is transportation is really one of the hardest things the teachers are telling me. And many of them do need that charter bus, because even if the bus from the district can get them there, it's got to be back by 1 o'clock to do the afternoon route. And that limits you. If you're a rural kid, you know, a school somewhere that's not near anything, you can't take a field trip. And so we will cover the charter bus. You know, I expect we might cover field trip setters, you know, 10,000, 15,000. Some might be 500 if they're able to just take an activity bus in town. It's really going to come down to just folks showing the educational value and showing the need. And we want to say yes.
I know my grandson just went to the pumpkin patch and they had to pay $20 because of the amount that they had to pay for the bus to get there.
Right. And the other thing this will do is supplement funds. So if a school is going on field trips, you know, every school has students who just can't afford $20. And I think we forget that I taught students and grew up with students who couldn't afford $5. So we can't take anything for granted. So teachers can also apply for supplemental funds. You know, I need funding for 10 students to do this, or I'm in a Title I school and I need funding for all of my students to have the same opportunity, you know, that this well-off school has down the street. So we want these funds to be as flexible as possible while still being accountable to the learning, connected to the standards. So there'll be that accountability piece, but we want our students to be able to get out and develop a love for North Carolina. You know, that's how so many people are moving into this state, weren't necessarily born here. How do you develop a sense of what it means to be a North Carolinian? You're not going to want to take care of our state parks if you don't visit them, you know? So I think it's so much about cultivating our next leaders and teachers and scientists and artists by letting them get out and have these experiences.
I just want to say, I really enjoyed your presentation.
Oh.
I really enjoyed it. And I'm also, in my current district, we're not allowed to charge students for field trips.
What district are you in? Are you allowed? Oh, okay. You said that like you were guilty of something.
Well, no. I was like, yeah, but I'm with Stockton County Schools. So we don't charge kids for field trips in our district unless it's through donations only. So that's going to be a game changer to expand the opportunities for all of our students. But additionally, I just want to say I appreciate you making it a point to focus on contemporary history and situating our people in the present. Because oftentimes the curriculum is very misleading. And then if our staff is not like trained to be as responsive as necessary in the classroom, that depicts us as a past people. So situating us in the present is very important. And I've appreciated that being one of the tenets of your work.
Yeah.
So I just want to say kudos to you.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
Well, and that's also kudos to people like Stephen Bell, who has taught me a
Well, he's
lot.
amazing.
He's amazing. Don't blush over there. That work came from folks just like Stephen. You know, those are, and if you've not seen his curriculum materials and website, then it's seen some stuff. It's incredible. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank
For
you.
the
I
important
appreciate
work
y'all.
that you're doing.
Yes, please email me and keep sending me ideas.
All right, thank you. At this time, I am happy to welcome Miss Helena Locklear. She is from DPI Federal Programs and will be providing an informational presentation. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and fellow board members. My name again is Helena Locklear, and I'm bringing greetings on behalf or from the Office of Federal Programs from Alex Charles, our Senior Director, and Susan Brigman, our Section Chief. I'm going to be mindful of your time because I know you guys are on a tight time limit here. The first slide you see here is our total office staff. If you'll go ahead to the next slide. The 21st Century Program, which is the program that I currently work for, is funded through Congress. It's the Nita M. Lowry Grant. And it's none like formula grants and entitlement grants that you are accustomed to. It is a competitive grant that is, we actually offer it back biannually, and it is all entities pretty much are eligible for it. Local educational agencies, community-based agencies, but basically anyone who is not on the debarment list is eligible for this grant. But I come before you today because I really wanted to highlight the opportunities for Native youth in tribal organizations and schools that are under the Bureau of Indian Education. So next slide. The purpose of this grant is authorized through Title IV Part B of ESSA as amended for Every Student X. It is a grant to provide federal funds to establish or expand community learning centers that operate during out-of-school time hours. So what out-of-school time hours represents is before school, after school, or when school is not in session. That could be teacher work days, that could be summer holidays, whatever it may be. That's the purpose of this grant. So next slide. So purpose one, and y'all, I am just about blind. I normally can see well, but I can't see really well up there. I need something that's a little bit closer. The purpose one is to provide academic enrichment for students. So I really came up at a good time at the culmination of everything that has went on today. The funds that are being provided today will really help Native youth in all capacity, from academic enrichment, from just daily enrichment, like programs that offer opportunities through the museums, through pottery, through arts, or whatever it may be. Those are the opportunities that can be afforded through this particular funding. So the purpose one is academic enrichment. Purpose two, if you'll go to the next slide, is for additional services and programs that traditionally schools cannot provide. For example, field trips. Field trips are very, very expensive and costly, but through this funds, you can pretty much go anywhere. We have paid for children to go to NASA. We have paid for them to go to Washington, D.C. We have paid for them to go to the Gathering of Nations, schools that have students that are participating in workforce development opportunities, and they want to go to the national level or state level, but they don't have the funds through their particular organization to go. As long as they are participating in this program, this is something that we can do, and we can, as long as it is under the goals and objectives that they have set out through their State Board of Education application, we can approve it for them to go. The only thing that we gets into a murky area is food. The grant does pay for food, but it's more in line with the USDA, and it cannot exceed $5 a day. So we're pretty much around the brown bag lunch meals, when you're out. So the grant is meant to cover a lot of items, but it doesn't cover 100% of everything you may need while operating this grant. Purpose three is for family engagement. I heard Jeremiah say earlier that it's hard to get families in the building. Well, we use these funds to be creative in order to bring families into the building. We may offer them GEDs, we offer them certificates. The organizations partner with community colleges or colleges to try to get the parents with skills that they need in order to be employable. If they are EL, provide classes for them. So the options are endless. It's just in how you decide to do it. So next slide. So the basic parameters of this grant, like I said, that you are doing all of your programming during the out of school time hours. Programs must serve at a minimum of 50 students. If you don't have 50 students, you're going to have to work up to get 50 students, or you'll be in jeopardy of losing funding. Students participating in public schools, providing instructional programs for kindergarten through 12th grade. If you're a PSU, we also provide services for pre-K. Fees cannot be charged of any kind for this grant. So organizations cannot charge students to participate. Neither can they charge parents for anything. So they can't charge for field trips. They can't charge for services that are rendered during programming. So next slide. So the eligibility to apply. So once you submit your application, you will craft your application around the State Board of Education approved goals. And once you do that, then you will make sure that you prioritize it to serve students who are low income, the Title I schools, those tier schools who need additional services. And finally, I can't see that last bullet. If somebody would read it for me, I can't see that far away. Read it for me, Leslie. So what that reads there is in order to be eligible to apply, only one physical agent can apply. So if a PSU applies, that means that the PSU can only apply once. If you are a tribal organization, you can't apply for two separate grants at the same time. It only can be one physical agent over one grant every time a grant competition opens. So next slide. So here's the cool thing for Native youth is that funds have been set aside for state education agencies, but funds have been set aside as well for the Bureau of Indian Education. So schools that operate under the Bureau of Indian Education can apply for one of the 14 eligible activities, and they also can apply through the state agency, which means that they can receive funding from us and they can receive funding from BIE, and they can use both of those funds to utilize or to serve students in their respective organization, which is super cool because at our organization, you can get up to $500,000 annually for the 21st Century Program. For BIE, I think you can earn up to about $250,000 annually for the 21st Century Program. So next slide. So here's some benefits, and you guys have already went through these whenever you did your accountability earlier to increase student achievement at school, to improve in students' academic performance, access for tutorial services that they traditionally would have to pay for. And with the sunsetting of ESSER funds, you really want to make sure if you do not have an opportunity to serve students in the out-of-school time environment, you want to look into applying for this. We have a competition that is coming open soon that will show up in the next slide. You want to work on increasing students' overall mental health and well-being. Like they said earlier, transportation is really expensive. It provides transportation for the students. And you want to be able to connect families to teachers and programs and services that are offered by the district and the community. You can provide the transportation to bring parents in. Let's just say parent doesn't have the transportation to get them to where they need to be. The 21st Century Program can provide transportation to get parents to where they need to be so they can participate. And finally, provide additional opportunities for families to participate in the school. We know that families often feel isolated, and as students progress in school, they may not feel comfortable enough to interact. But what these funding can do is it can make them or bring them to the table and give them a voice, and for you to hear what they are experiencing within their own home, and you can listen to them and you can craft goals and objectives and funding around their respective needs. So next slide. So here's our current grantee profile. We have done a blitz across the state trying to get more PSUs to apply. We really can't get a whole lot of PSUs to actually go and apply. So it's about an 80-20, 75-25, throughout the years. But this is a basic profile of those who apply. So most of the organizations that do apply are non-LEAs, and the remainder that apply are PSUs. And again, this profile is lopsided because it is a competitive grant, and oftentimes non-LEAs will hire grant writers to help them write this grant. And this is the subgrantee profile by region. You guys can look at this later. We try to make sure that we are cognitive of what's going on throughout the state, and we try to be equitable as well to make sure all areas in the state are served. And we are increasing some priority points if the State Board of Education approves it, to make sure that some of the rural counties that are not being served, to increase those priority points to encourage them to apply. So next slide. So here's some of the grant award details. I won't go through all of these because they are around the competitive priorities and things like that. And you can actually read those on the 21st Century website and find out more information from there. You also can read our request for proposal. We call it our RFP. It is online, and you can find out more information there as well. So the upcoming competitions for the state and for the Bureau of Indian Education, the RFP will be posted to the website in January. We go to the State Board of Education in December, and funding for the program will be for 2025 through 2028. And the Bureau of Indian Education will have a new competition that is being announced in late 2024, with awards being announced summer of 2025. And the links are there for both of those if you are interested in finding out more information about all of them. And this is just a little information about some of the optional things that you can do. You can propose to do a standard school year, or you can propose to do standalone summer, or you can do summer in conjunction with the standard school year. So that's what this is right here. Next slide. And this gives you a little bit more information about what that looks like and how you must operate once you receive this grant. So next slide. I really want, and that's more information about summer intensive. You guys were sharing earlier about transitions, about mental health and all those different things. You can propose to serve those specific areas for summer intensive programming to provide those most needed services for students. I really want to get to the video because it's often hard to understand what something is until you see it in action. So this is what the standard summer, and we really are presenting this as if the state board approves it, we really want PSUs to come on board and have the ability to serve the students during the summertime so we can try to prevent that summer learning loss. So a standalone summers program will start summer of 2025 and it will end in summer of 2027. But if you are doing a standard summer program along in conjunction with a regular school year programming, it doesn't start until 2026 and it ends in 2028. And this is our application review and scoring process. There are 3 levels here, and you guys can read this at your leisure. And what I did do is I included in the notes all of the information that the Serve Center has included in regards to scoring, so you can actually know what that looks like and what applicants really need to do in order to have a quality application. So if you're interested in seeing who has a program across the state, the only thing you have to do is you go to our program, CCIP. It is a forward-facing program for DPI. There is public access there, so you can access any funding source that a school or a non-LEA are receiving in the state of North Carolina. You can go there, you can look at it, and you can pull up every fund that is being administered to them through this portal. And you can go and you can read the grants. If you're interested in writing one and you say, hey, I want to see what theirs looks like, you can go to Cumberland County, you can go to Charlotte Meg, you can look at the one that was written by NC State. You know, you can read all of them and really get some good ideas on how to actually craft a quality application. So the Dream Center in Gastonia has had a milestone this past year. They've been open since 2017. The video that you're getting ready to watch was created by their students. This was their very first graduating class. They bring classes on in cohorts, and that's what most of the sub-grantees do. But this particular program serves middle school through high school. So they got to see the students enter 6th grade and actually got to see them graduate this year. It's about a 2-minute video, but it's very impactful. And I would just like you just to give a moment and watch this.
There are some ways to rise above that. In fact, the only way they're going to be able to rise above is they're going to have somebody help them. So we see ourselves a way just to lift those kids to reach their God-given potential. And so we want to be that platform for these students where they can just go into exactly all that God intended for them to be.
So it was 8 years ago this spring that Pastor Dickey Spargo reached out to me. At the time, I was a principal for Gaston County Schools. Dickey wanted me to come on board as program director for an out-of-school time program that he wanted to open in the western part of Gastonia to serve students along their journey from middle school to high school graduation to see them college career-ready graduates. And the following summer, July 2017, we opened our doors to our first class of rising sixth graders. There were 33 that first summer. Each year, we've added a new class of students to our program, and we've grown our program to over 150 students. We just accepted our 8th class of students who will be joining us this July. This year, we've got great news. It's a big year for us. Our first class, the class of 2024, will be graduating college career ready. 100% of them are graduating college career ready. 18 of them are entering college and 2 of them are entering trade school. Out of those students, the colleges that they plan to attend, some of them include University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, NC State, UNCG, UNC Charlotte, Gardner-Webb, NC A&T, North Carolina Central, Western Carolina, and Gaston College. Those are their colleges they plan to attend. And then 4 of our students have been recipients of scholarships, some of those very prominent scholarships. The Albert G. Myers winner, we have one student that received that scholarship, the Patricia and George Barnard Scholarship, the Rotary 4-Way Test Scholarship, and a Pay It Forward Scholarship. Along with that, we have generous donors who have donated money so that DCA could provide $500 in scholarship to each student who is graduating college career ready. So the dream has come true.
That touches my heart every time I watch it. It's like the first time I see it every time. But, that's what I am a product of a federal funds out of school time programming. From the 6th grade to the 12th grade, I participated in LRDA. And I also participated with the public schools of Robeson County, and they had a band program that allowed me to tour the state and tour the Southeast. And, it made a difference in my life. I had an opportunity to play in the bicentennial. We had an opportunity to lead an international parade in Washington, D.C. I mean, we went everywhere. And had it not been for federal funds and out of school time programming, I don't know that I would be where I am today. So these funds are very important to students who otherwise would be at home and potentially not be in a safe space. So it would be very wise to take this back to your districts and ask them to please apply. We have 85 subgrantees throughout the state of North Carolina, and we have one that is funded with the Bureau of Indian Education. So please let the districts know that we would like them to apply. If you're not an excellent grant writer and you want to learn more about grant writing, we are hosting our final grant writing workshop in the West. It is going to be held at the Olive Room in Morganton in Burke County. There is a link there that you can use to register. There will not be an immediate confirmation that says you are registered to attend this event, but you will receive an email from Beth Thrift from UNCG Serve Center that she will write back to you, and she'll let you know that she has confirmed your application or your registration to attend the grant writing workshop. And it's just, I was there on November 13th for the East. It's a wonderful workshop, and it doesn't just present 21st century, it presents grant writing in general. So it's an excellent opportunity for you or any of your related staff or anybody that you know that would like more information on grant writing workshops. Is there anything else? That's it. Any questions? Good. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Alana. Right, next on our agenda, we have Dr. Oxendine joining us from the State Board of Education. Welcome, Dr.
Thank you, Chair Lady. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. Well, this time I'm really with you. It's not virtual, so I'm in the room with you. I was just thinking just a second or two ago, it is so good to see Native Americans, American Indian professionals in the agency, because I remember years ago, we didn't have this. We have come a long way to see you in good positions, doing real big things for all students, but specifically for American Indian students and American Indian educators. So little by little, Stacey, you're making a difference. You may think, oh, I go to all those meetings every 3 months, nothing happens, but something does happen. It's a slow train, but we have to stay behind it very steadily. So thank you so much. You would be a great advertisement for the program, for that grant initiative. Absolutely. I am going to, because it's Friday afternoon, I bet you already feel yourself on Interstate 40 or 95 or Highway 1 or one of these crazy roads leaving Raleigh going to your communities, or 40 if you're going out west. So I'm only going to take about 4 or 5 minutes to hit some highlights. You do have my PowerPoint presentation, and it's rather straightforward. So if you have any questions about any information contained in the PowerPoint, you can see Dr. Mullinex, Dr. Leslie, Chair Lady Locklear, or you can call me directly or send me an email, and I'll be more than glad to clarify. What I wanted to do, though, the first part of this it's not on your PowerPoint. I'll get to the PowerPoint, a couple of friends from the PowerPoint shortly. This is not on your PowerPoint, but it is in State Board of Education material. And maybe the next time you meet, we need to give you a lesson on how to go to the State Board site and look up items that are covered per month. That way you can click on the item, click on the PowerPoints, and there it is before you. I can't think of a better resource for you. So next time we meet, perhaps we can take about 10 minutes to have that little short lesson. So this item that I'm going to be sharing with you is on State Board. So this comes out of the Disaster Recovery Act of 2024, Session Law 2024. This has to do with all that the General Assembly and the State Board of Education has approved for those distressed counties out in the western part of the state as a result of Hurricane Helene. So, and we do have our Cherokee kids in many of those school districts. They're out in, out west in the Cherokee Reservation, but many of the kids go to school, attend school in the PSUs. So highlights, $16 million to supplement or replace lost compensation of school nutrition employees, our cafeteria workers. School calendar flexibility up to 20 days. The school systems, the local boards of education, superintendents can have up to 20 days that they consider completed, instruction fulfilled, the responsibilities of the teachers fulfilled, up to 20 days. Remote instruction flexibility provides additional 30 remote instructional days, hold harmless the PSU staff, extend payment deadlines for principal bonuses, completion of, the next piece has to do with our student teachers in our universities who were in schools completing their clinical experience. So that hurricane certainly affected them. So the State Board of Education also has authority over our EPPs, our schools of education. So, and of course, the General Assembly. So the completion of, there's some waivers are going to be extended to our schools of education, to those students who are completing your internship, student teaching. $150 million for repairs, renovations, technology loss. Think of what's happened in those school districts, folks, in those schools. And school nutrition supplies, supply loss. Stoves, refrigerators, freezers, tables, you name it. It goes on and on and on. So some additional things, school calendar flexibility up to an additional 20 days. In addition to the 20 days deemed completed, I think there's going to be maybe an additional 20 days added. Readmission of displaced charter school students who left the charter schools that were damaged or just completely destroyed and enrolled in a public school nearby. So readmission of those students displaced charter school students for those that withdrew due to the impact of the hurricane. 5 million for mental health support for students and staff, 5 million for technology loss, 50 million for repairs and renovations. I imagine, I don't know the specifics, but I imagine a few schools are gone. Dr. Mullinex? The stories about that hurricane will live on for ages. And then there will be some funds set aside for summer learning programs. So just to give you just a bird's eye view of what the General Assembly and the State Board of Education and through the Department of DPI, the things that we have done to make the lives of our students and our teachers and all citizens a bit more tolerable in terms of public education. So then on to the PowerPoint itself. So this has to do with changes in the teacher working condition survey. Some of you, if you're in school systems, you may already know about those changes. I really like some of these changes because finally the data can be disaggregated by demographic groups. So that will tell us a lot about how American Indian educators, what they sense and feel that's going on in the school, what they sense about school leadership, what they sense about the climate, morale of the school. I love that change, long overdue. And also, we can disaggregate the data by by licensure areas like the continuing professional license, limited, provisional. Anytime you can disaggregate by smaller units, you're going to learn more and you'll be able to make improvements. And then 95%, there's another way to disaggregate according to content area, like the teachers who teach English, K6, K3, language arts, mathematics, world languages, and so on and so forth. And we'll go on to the next frame. This is very important. If you're interested in serving on the Math Standards Committee, we're getting ready to revise our math standards. The application deadline is in December 2024. You can contact Dr. Leslie for details like to whom do you send the application, specifics about your roles and responsibilities. If you have an interest in serving on the Math Standards Review Committee. If you're interested in learning a little bit more about licensure, some would say, well, you've got to be weird if you really are interested in that, but it's so important. Like, get away from me if you have an interest, stand back. But it's really fascinating. The more you learn about licensure, the more you want to believe it. I'm kind of into it, actually. So Dr. Tom Tomberlin is going to have an information webinar on the 6th of December, and I'll probably join that webinar. Again, you can contact Dr. Leslie Locklear or Dr. Mullinex for details. Moving right along, let's see. This is important. Please read this, and if you want additional information, because it's very, 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 very detailed, then you need to contact your school district Department of Human Resources, because those are the experts that will go into detail on this parental leave law. So what you see here is not necessarily, this isn't the law itself, but every time the General Assembly passes a law, in most cases, the State Board of Education we certainly build policy around it. But before we can hold school systems accountable and responsible for the law, or the policy, I should say, it has to be placed into a rule. So now the parental leave policy is now a rule. So that means that the State Board of Education can pick up the phone and say, blah, 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 school district, we wonder if you're in compliance with this particular rule. So we have enforcement authority now. Let's go on a little bit further. This is important. These are changes to the high school transcript. So if you work and also it's applicable to middle school as well. So middle and high school. So I'm not going to go through each one of the changes, but just to let you know that we did approve changes in the middle and high school transcript. And I read somewhere where some school districts must have been given for required courses, like the core courses, they must have been assigning Ps and Fs. Ps or Fs, not Ps and Fs, but Ps or Fs, and that's a no-no. You can do a pass-fail for non-core courses. So this particular policy that we approved last month or last week, it makes that really clear. And so I think maybe this is it. Oh, and then we approved the numeric grade and letter grade legend in 2015-16. So there it is for you, highlighted. And I believe, Denis, thank you if you have questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Artesonai? I just have a question for the committee overall. Would you all be interested in the teacher working condition survey being a part of the SACE report once it is able to be disaggregated by race and ethnicity?
That would be great. That'll be a bestseller.
That was not my idea. That was Dr. Mullen's.
Bestseller. I want several copies.
All right, are there any additional questions for Dr. Artesonai or comments? Thank you. I'm sorry.
Hey, Dr. Artesonai.
Hi.
I was wondering if you could speak.
By the way, did you finish that homework assignment from?
I was like, I don't think I have a homework assignment. But I was gonna see if you could speak to their school accountability model and have there been any conversations at the state board level regarding revising that model or reconsidering it?
I can pretty much safely say that we were making some strides to win over the General Assembly. At least they were thinking, they were listening to Superintendent Truitt and those board members, especially our superintendents, those in the field who really want to see a change in that model. I would imagine, I don't know that any momentum will be lost. We will have a new superintendent coming on board in January. I don't think that any momentum, as a matter of fact, that the momentum may increase.
Thank you.
Thank you. As always, we thank Dr. Artesonai for sharing her expertise with us from the State Board of Education. And this time we do have Ms. Annabelle Toledo joining us virtually to provide some Title VI updates. Ms. Annabelle, please allow us to apologize. We are behind in the agenda, but we certainly welcome you today.
Oh, no worries. I've just been sitting back and listening to the wonderful presentations from the two presenters before me, and I was really interested. I'm just taking some notes. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your time with OIE for your quarterly SACIE meeting. Thank you for the invite. And I just want to start off by saying that the application for 2025-26 school year has opened. And registration began on November 2nd, and it will close on December 6th. So if there are any entities in your area that have not previously applied for the Title VI grant, please spread the word that registration is now open. And we will close that on December 6th, but it will still stay open. But the portal for the registration process email was sent out to all participants that are continuing grantees. And for those new grantees coming in, they can contact the Partner Support Center at oie.easy, EASIE, at ed.gov to register to receive a link, okay? So from that said, we always liked to spread the word that OIE has a community of practice site. The link is provided here, and that site is updated in real time from our recent webinars we've held to announcements on the third Thursday of each month. We hold open office hours, and emails are sent out to the grantees and to anyone who wants to participate. It is open to everyone who wants to learn more about Title VI and throughout the whole application process. So that is on the third Thursday of each month. And the Community of Practice website has all downloadable emails, meaning emails from our links to the frequently asked questions, to the updates to the IPCA form, which is a new form, which is a fillable form. So we like to also have you know that OIE has a Facebook page. Okay, so you can also register to be part of the OIE Facebook page. All that information, again, is in real time, and our Contractors Partner Support Center maintains that site for everything that OIE has as far as new announcements when federal registers are coming up, current events. All that information can be found on our Community of Practice website. Okay, and next slide. Okay, well, the next
Trying to
part,
find it, Miss Annabelle.
no worries. Okay, when part one closes on December 6th, we like to have entities start getting ready for part one. So part of that, I always like to inform my grantees is to do a little homework to get ready for that, and which is to review the ED 506 forms on file to make sure that you have complete and valid forms on file. And entities, you know, should have SOPs in place, which are standard operating procedures. Maybe your school districts already have those in place to how they collect and review these forms from the time a student enters your school district, and you get a list from your student register person, and you go through that list and you find that you have new families that have come into your school district. You want to make sure they have the ED 506 form on file. So you want to have kind of like a timeline on how you are going to distribute that from your office to the family, how long you want that form to stay out with the family. Once they fill out the form and bring it back to the school, does it go to the school registrar, school secretary? Just kind of like a pathway of how these forms make it back to the Title VI office. So when it reaches that office, who is the first person there that reviews the form to just make sure everything is filled in, the date, the parent signature, the membership information, if anything is missing, it would go back to the family or parent or guardian. And how long do you want that form to stay out before it gets a final review from the one person who is going to give the final say? Then you would have a good and valid form on file. So that when part one opens up, you would have a good and valid count to turn into part one. And what happened in, I think it was in November before we opened up the APR, we transitioned from using the OMB Max survey system to now using the department's ConnectEd.gov system. Okay, so with that system, the point of contact, the project director, the authorizing official will all be receiving the direct links to have access to that portal. And anyone else that you have listed as additional contacts, they will only be receiving the email notifications. They will not have access into the system to do inputting or providing any updates. So the point of contact, project director, and authorizing official will be the superintendent, or if it's a tribe that is applying in lieu of the LEA, it would be the tribal chairperson receiving those emails to have direct access to the application. Okay, so with that said, you can also look at the start guide, which is the Easy Part 1 Quick Start Guide. It's just an overview, kind of like a checklist that you would go through to make sure that as you're preparing for Part 1, these are the things that you would need to have in place. And the user guide is also the same as well. Helpful information to always have on hand. And the FAQs are questions that we have collected from past webinars that we have incorporated into the FAQs. These are coming directly from webinars from the participants that we have collected and we have responded to. So these are also updated in real time as we move forward through each application process. The Easy Part 1 paper document is a good overview of what you will see when you go into the Part 1 application itself online. So the paper version will kind of walk you through what you will be seeing. And also in Part 1, we will also hold webinars that you can participate in. And if you're not one of the 3 contact people, you can always contact Partner Support Center to get an email link to join the webinars. Okay. And the supplemental forms for Part 1 for entities coming in, if they're a tribe applying in lieu of an LEA, supplemental forms are there. For an LEA who is in a consortium, the supplemental forms are also in Part 1, found on our Easy Community Practice site under the tab Easy Part 1 Supplemental Documents, and then Program Documents and Webinars are all found on the COP site for Easy Part 1. Okay, so that is all related to Part 1, what takes place. So after Part 1 closes, OIE then comes in to verify your Indian student count. We work with applicants who may have had, say, 10 to 15 student increases just to verify that there is an increase. We will either call you or send you an email to just verify that you have a correct Indian student count. And then we will move forward into Part 2. So Part 1 after that closes is just OIE coming in to do the verification part of your Indian student count. So I will pause here if anyone in the room has any questions for me.
We don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, all right. Then I would go into the next section, which is Part 2. So the dates you see in Easy Part 1 of February 3rd to March the 7th. These are just tentative for now because they have not been announced in the Federal Register. The Federal Register is going through the department process right now, so it's not approved yet. So once it is approved, these dates will be announced in the Federal Register for the open and closing dates for Part 1, February 3rd to March the 7th. So these are tentative for now until we have them officially announced in the Federal Register. The same with Part 2 for the date. So it'll be March 31st is the date that we have as tentative. So again, that will be announced in the Federal Register. So for Part 2, when that opens up, again, the point of contact, project director, and authorizing official will be receiving the direct links to go into connected.gov to input your program objectives, your services, your activities, put your budget together. And if you have a multi-year application, what you submitted in the previous year, whether you were in year 1 or year 2, all that information will just roll over into Part 2 of the application. The only thing that doesn't roll over is the budget. So you will have to put in the budget information. You will answer a question to yes or no. If there are tribes in your area, you can say yes, and then that's where you provide the meaningful collaboration that you held with the tribe. The meaningful collaboration is a process where the district describes how you reached out to the tribe or tribes in your area, that you held the meeting on this date. These are the participants from the tribe. The tribe provided input. you give the meeting location. And from that first meeting, you will have ongoing meetings set. It's just describing to OIE how you did your outreach to the tribe to hold a meaningful collaboration, which is a requirement of all applicants coming in for the Title VI group. That is different from the tribal consultation. Tribal consultation is a separate requirement that entities will do when they were in the previous year received 40,000 and above. So the community practice site also has a listing of those entities that do the tribal consultation. So that information is also available. So from that, you'll also do the GEPA statement. The GEPA statement is a brief description from your school, which your school districts may already have policies and procedures in place that you do not discriminate based on sex, origin, religion, and so forth. So that GEPA statement will just be put into that section in the application for GEPA statement. Okay. And I'll take a pause here if there's any questions in the room.
There are no questions at this time.
Okay, all right. So that is in part 2. So between what happens between part 1 and part 2, after entities submit their Indian student count, we meet with our budget office to do the allocation for the per pupil expenditure, so that when you go into easy part 2, you will only see an allocation. That's only an allocation based on the Indian student count that was submitted in easy part 1. And from that allocation, you will put your budget together. We will then do a final allocation before we do the final award. And during that time, you may or may not get a second email or first email that says your school district has been given additional funds above a certain threshold. You will then go back into the online easy application to add in the additional funds, or you can work on that later and then do your own budget modification. If you received an additional dollar amount from what OIE will give you based on the per pupil and based on the budget allocations, then you can see if you're going to go into the connect.gov site, connect.gov, to give your final budget. So from that, that will be the budget that will be in place. So what also happens is that only one person can go in at a time. So for example, if the point of contact and the project director are both in there at the same time, they can work on the budget. But it's whoever certifies it the last, that will be the final certification. Then the superintendent or tribal chairperson will come in afterwards to certify the application. That will be the final. During the time that it is open, you can update and make changes, but once it closes, that is it. The same with part 1. During part 1, while the application is still open online, you can put in your Indian student count and certify it. But if you realize, for example, you missed the form, but it's still within the count period, but you entered in an incorrect Indian student count, you can always change it. But once part 1 closes, that's it. You can't go back in to increase your count. You can only decrease the count if you errored. But if anything changes, always notify Partner Support Center first. If you need to have the application reopened while it is still open and you errored in submitting your Indian student count, you can always contact Partner Support Center to have the application reopened. The same with Easy Part 2 while it is still open. If you need to make any changes after you've certified it, you can always go back in and have Partner Support Center give the point of contact, project director, and the authorizing official representative the link to have it reopened. They will take care of that for you. Okay. So any questions here?
We do not have any questions.
Okay, let's see here. And again, in the COP site, under the tab marked Easy Part 2, there you will find all the supplemental documentation and program documentation. Okay. And like I said, the third Thursday of each month, the office for open office hours is always available to join. And you can share that with your participants and anyone who is wanting to come in to learn more about the Title VI grant. Okay.
Thank you.
And that is it from me.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Toledo. We always appreciate you sharing your expertise with us as it relates to our application.
Just a minute.
We do have one question.
I want to say on behalf
sure.
of the State Board of Education, this is Olivia Oxendine, and on behalf of the board, we certainly do appreciate your involvement in these meetings. The expertise and your perspective is well received. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really, OIE and I really appreciate coming into your quarterly SACIE meetings. And thank you again for the invitation. We sure do appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Thank you.
Great day.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too. All right, in closing, we do need to make some final decisions. We'll try to do that quickly. First, I have the legislative updates. I do have those from Representative Lowry in that he is going to work toward offensive mascots. He may look to SACE for or to identify schools that are making any recommendations. We do already have that. So we can certainly share that with Representative Lowry. We also did talk about building out a team member to help Dr. Leslie in the Office of Indian Education. We have talked about making a recommendation to increase funding in the department that she's currently in, and also having a SACE budget line item. So those were the two recommendations that I would recommend going into the SACE report in conversation with Representative Lowry. And so that's our legislative updates. Any questions, comments, concerns? And then just to review our agenda items, Dr. Leslie will be sharing a Google document with us to continue to do our title. We can make comments and suggestions. She'll close it after so many days. She'll let us know. In the end, we have voted for Dr. Leslie to have the leverage to go ahead and move forward with that title and the recommendations. Any objections to that?
Will Dr. Leslie look at the language for those budget items and prepare that for us? Yes. And we will share it with the legislative committee of the commission.
Absolutely. So when she sends us the Google document, she's going to send the language of our theme, title, and our recommendations. And she did say that she would consult with, who was it, Doctor?
I'll find out who that person is going to be.
Okay. All right.
Just to wordsmith it.
Thank you.
I'll talk to Lily.
Thank you. Dr. Leslie is also going to share a Google document with us for us to sign up for positions for the SACE Summit that will be January 22nd at Campbell University. We also have Unity Conference March 6th through 8th. That proposal has been submitted. Ms. Dorothy always reminds us. Thank you, Ms. Dorothy. So that proposal has been submitted, waiting to hear back on that. We discussed the data, so Dr. Leslie also has the notes for our data that will be included in our SACE report potentially. And one more thing, one of the things that I know we discussed, I met with Angela, Dr. Angie, a few months ago was possibly naming a co-chair. And in the writing, we can't do that. And I do have a date conflict for our next meeting because I will be at a conference. So we're going to have to send out a doodle poll for that late February, early March meeting. I do apologize. I always like to do that beforehand, but I do have a required conference that I have to attend. So we're going to have to change that February date.
Dr. Tiffany, we are able to add, we can't have a co-chair, but we can have a vice chair. It just has to be approved through the state board. And so Leslie was going to talk to you after the meeting, but I'll go ahead and let you know. Our director of the State Board of Education has spoken to the state board chair, and if they do not have a response from the state board by the December meeting, then in January, there will be a half-day state board meeting where they're discussing committee changes and just updates to committees. And so, and maybe Dr. Oxendine knows more about that January event. And so by January, it should be decided if we can have a vice chair, if it's been confirmed or not. Nobody thinks it's a problem. It just has to be approved as an addition. So just to let you know, not saying you have to, you can still choose, of course, to change the date if you want to. I just wanted you to know the update on that.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. So that was the concern when I noticed that I try not to do that. So we could, if it is approved, well, we still need to vote before. So we send out that doodle poll, Dr. Leslie, if you don't mind. All right, do we have any other announcements? Did I miss anything? Y'all help me. Any additional announcements, questions? All right, at this time, thank you all for your attention, dedication, and commitment today. We ran over the agenda. I certainly wish you all a happy Thanksgiving, a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, all those things. We will see you all at the summit. So be well, safe travels to all. Can we get a motion to adjourn?
Dorothy Yates, I make a motion to adjourn.
Stephen, I second that.
All in favor? Any nays? So moved. Thank you all. Have a great day.